it says it's live.
All right.
I'm going to check your volume. 950. And take. All right, so it shows we're live. Now I'm going to listen for your mic here.
All right.
Did you check the sound on that?
Yeah.
To make...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They all showed that they were working there.
All right, I'm listening to you and my conversation here.
All right, sweet.
15-second delay, so we're good to go, man.
All right.
You look sharp today. You wearing those?
Oh yeah. I got my baseball polo on, brother.
I like it. I like it. All right, man. Well, happy trekking today.
Okay.
Good luck to Maci out there.
Yep. Hopefully we got her off the tee figured out.
All right, sweet. Good luck, man.
All right. Later.
Yes.
You guys want to be?
Pretty fancy.
It is very fancy. Not mine.
I heard that thing. Oh, that's good to go to above ground tank rather than underground.
All right, folks. I believe we are live. Live with day 2 at American Legion Country Club. So day 2 is not like day 1, so it's not a shotgun start. So everybody either comes off a hole 10 or hole number 1. Tee time started at 8:30 this morning. So we're just waiting for a 9:50 tee time from Maci. Maci is... Okay, so that's kind of the neat thing about today is the reason they go off of 1 and 10 is because they will announce the girl and the school that they're playing for. So got a little touch of the pros in today's format. So it'll be 18 holes again. She won't be paired with the same people as yesterday. So Mary from Underwood and Emmeline from Wapello are in a different group. Looks like actually Mary is the group ahead of Maci. So today Maci's paired up with Reese Miller, and I'll get her school, or we'll hear it when we announce here, and then Claire from Council Bluffs St. Albert's is who she will be paired up with today. Yesterday, if you were watching the stream, had a tough time getting off the tee. If you have ever watched Maci golf before, it's usually off the tee is usually fairly straight, maybe with a little bit of a draw. Well, yesterday, so here's Mary that she played with yesterday, but yesterday she was battling a fade off the tee, and which put her in trouble in the second shot. I think she might have hit 2 fairways yesterday. So second shot was a difficult one, always a punch out to get back in the fairway. Luckily, her putting and chipping were somewhat on, because that's kind of what saved the round a little bit. I believe she went 49-47 yesterday. So I think her goal is to get herself in the 80s today, which she's capable of. So nice sunny day today. A little bit more of a breeze today, maybe 10 miles an hour, but really nice day. I got new camera guys today. We got Tate Davids on the camera. I'm going to put somebody in charge of wheeling our little cart because we got our setup here. There's our setup today. Because the carts, there's not very many carts available. That's something to learn next year, that you have to call way ahead, way ahead. And I think they were sold out within like an hour. So just get lucky today. So Maci's walking up to the tee now. So she's gonna come up to 10. So hole number 10, it's gonna be a dog leg right. We're kind of on top of the hill. We'll get just working my camera guy here. So off top of the hill, we got a dog leg to the right. Yesterday, Maci hit driver off here and had a little tree trouble on the right-hand side. It's a 304, par 4. So Maci's well rested. Like I said yesterday, she looked like she needed a nap, and I think once I got back to the hotel, I didn't see her but once. So she door-dashed her favorite Taco Bell, stuffed herself, had a little ice cream, and I'm thinking she got about 12 hours of sleep, which was needed. So Claire and Reese are who she's going to be golfing with today. Like I said, Claire's from Council Bluffs, St. Albert's, and Reese, I cannot remember which school she is from. It's a valley, and I don't remember which valley it is. But they're checking in with the announcer, make sure everything gets pronounced correctly. See if we got St. Anne's Gar, like everybody at the state likes to pronounce it. So this will be the final day, 18-hole format. The leaders on the board, I was checking yesterday, shot 77s. There's 3 girls that shot 77s yesterday, which is pretty phenomenal. With the team scoring, Easton Valley is leading the team score with the girls with a 344 yesterday. Some locals here, Nashville Plainfield was in second with a 361, and Newman Catholic was in third with a 364. And then Lake Mills was in 10th with a 404. So we do have some local North Iowa teams battling for the team title. And there are 10 teams, 77 golfers total. Yesterday with Maci's 97 that she shot, that puts her kind of right in the middle. She was tied for 38th, so right in the middle of the pack with her round yesterday. And wasn't, like I said, she wasn't super happy with how she scored, but again, she battled off the tee every single hole yesterday. So hopefully today we got it kind of figured out and dialed up and put together a nice 18-hole round and see where we're at. Either way, I think she's had a good experience being down here at State Golf. Hopefully the volume is better. I know yesterday the volume was a little maybe hard to hear at times, but again, it's a golf course, so I can't necessarily scream, but I am double mic'd today, so I got double the mics on. So hopefully that will help. If it's not, you're gonna have to text me because I don't have the chat stuff up. I'm assuming Mr. Bells will let the St. Albert coach know and the other coach know that we will be live streaming. I can look here. Boyer Valley is where Reese is from. So hopefully some of those folks can get a chance to watch if they weren't able to make state tournament. We'll be following this group, the whole 18. I try to get a little closer so you can make sure that you can hear the announcement, because here's Maci Meyer.
Welcome to day 2 of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Tournament for 1A golf. On the tee now is Maci Meyer from St. Ansgar.
Oh, look at that. So Maci's going to be first off the tee. Like I said, 304-yard par 4. Dog leg right. So we'll see how the driver's working today. Good ball. Right down the middle. Had just a little bit of a fade on it. Should be at the bottom of the hill. Good start for Maci. If you had just a very little bit of a fade on it, yesterday we were battling a, you might even call it a little bit of a slice yesterday. But that was a beautiful shot off the tee. She was a little worried about this first one because of all the people that are here and the announcing and the clapping and all that good stuff. So next off the tee, I believe that was Claire from Council Bluffs St. Albert's. So I'm not sure if they...
Now on the tee is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley.
So this is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. I'm not sure if Claire jumped the gun a little bit or what, but they didn't get her announced, but I assume they'll announce it there. That's something different for the girls. Not every day you get your name announced. So this is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. And she is off the left-hand side there. Hit a golf cart?
Stay on the left side of the fairway, and when the girls are on the green, be down by the bridge.
Okay. So she caught one of the officials' golf carts on that first shot there. You want to grab that?
Oh, sure.
Hang on there, Tate. So we're gonna get Brighton on my other cart there. So got Brighton Lau running my cart. I got Tate Meyer running my camera. So I got help today. No candle genius, but I think we're in good hands. We'll see how steady old Tate David is here today. So it looks like Reese had caught the golf cart from the gentleman here that's helping out, but it did kick it back towards the fairway. So she's going to be on the top of the hill here. We'll try to get a good view of this. So you can see kind of she's on top of the hill here. So Reese is going to look. You can see the green down the bottom of the hill. She's probably about 220 out here. There's a good shot down to the bottom of the hill. Might have just caught a little bit of the rough on the right side. So like I said, beautiful day out today. Supposed to get in the low 80s today. Like I said, probably about a 5 to 10 mile per hour breeze out of the northeast here. But really nice. So we got a front right hole location here on hole number 10. Find out where we ended up. She might have just right down the middle, but if she caught that down slope, she might be, I believe she's right in the center of the fairway there. And then Claire looks like she might have found it. So it looks like Claire probably found the rough here. Maci has found the fairway first off the first tee, so right down the middle. She'll have a little bit of a breeze coming right at her. Probably, I'm guessing, 120, 130 out. Claire from Council Bluffs St. Albert's is checking her distance. I'm guessing probably somewhere at 130, 140 from the rough on the left. And Reese's ball did find the fairway. She's right at the 100-yard stake there. We talked about this yesterday a little bit, is with the rough. There are spots where the rough is really tough. So here's her second shot there by Claire. Looks like it's going to be a little bit short, but going right at the green there. So she's going to be just short left here. So now Maci's coming up with her second shot here. Like I said, probably about 120, 130 yards out. Just a little bit of a breeze coming right at her. And a little downhill setup there, so kind of on that down slope. And she came right over the top of the ball, so it rolled up there to the right. She's still going to have probably a 30-yard chip from the rough on the right there. So yes, it was in the middle of the fairway, but as you can see, with the downhill slope, made it a little bit of a tough shot to stay down on. And here will come Reese from Boyer Valley. So she's right at the 100-yard stake. She's on flat ground. This will be her third shot, and she's kind of pulled it off to the left. Now there is a water hazard on the left, so there's lateral water hazard on the left, and they have an official up there taking a look. Thinking she might have bounced, because I know yesterday a couple girls hit it on that left side and it shot straight into the water. But with it being a lateral, wherever it went in, taking a gander over there, wherever it went in, she'll get her 2 club lengths. Have to take a penalty stroke. So that's a third shot by Reese there. Watch out for the landmines. There's plenty of geese on the course, so there are a few landmines you gotta maneuver around. So Maci, like I said, that downhill lie came right over the top of it, rolled it up. She's got about 20 yards here. Not a lot of green to work with. Hopefully she can land it at the top of the hill and let it kind of trickle down to the hole. We talked a little bit yesterday about the greens. Looks like she's going to be just right. So looks like she didn't sound like it was a very pure shot. Looks like she hit it off kind of the toe and it ended up on the right hand side there. Miss Mills is taking a look because there is a pond that is on the right hand side. He's taking a look. Look at where either the ball is or possibly where it went in. So if it did go in, she's going to have to take a penalty stroke, take her 2 club lengths. So checking the flight of it. So Reese did find her ball. She's going to attempt to hit out, so she did not go past there's a red line that goes along the creek. It was in some tough stuff, so short chip there. Didn't quite catch the fringe, so she's going to go again here. A lot of green to work with. So here's Reese Miller with her chip. Looks like a good one. It's got to sit down. That's going to run all the way across the green onto the fringe on the right. So Maci's taking a look at her ball. I'm guessing, yep, she looks like she's got her clubs out, so that means she's taking 2 club lengths because she did catch the pond. So Coach Bells is just explaining to the official what they had to do. So where that ball went in, she gets her 2 club lengths out, have to take a penalty stroke. So she will so it was good off the tee down the middle. Had kind of was on the downhill of the fairway there. So came over the top of it and ended up short right. And caught it off, kind of off the toe, it looks like. And lost it to the right into the water. So she's chipping up on the green there. So that will be, I believe, she'll be laying 5 there. And now Claire from Council Bluffs St. Albert's is up. So Claire's 3rd shot here from the front left. Good aggressive chip there. Nice shot by Claire. It's going to leave her about 1.5 feet there for par. So good start there for Claire. Now Reese Miller from Boyer Valley is going to be up. She is just off the fringe. Looks like she's going to putt. It's going to be kind of a slippery downhill there with that front right hole location. So I started talking about it with the greens. So greens 1, 2 are very, very flat, and then when you get on the back side, I believe starting on 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 are pretty flat greens, but the ones in the middle, here 3 through like 11, are very, very undulated. So a lot of break, a lot up and down. Most of them are slanted towards the front, so you really want to be bottom of the hole. There's Maci's putt there for double bogey. Looks like she just missed it to the left. So she's still going to have herself a 3, probably a 3-footer coming back here. Rolls it up the hill, and she's going to have to tap in there. I believe that would have been an 8 for Maci there. So not the start that she obviously wanted. A couple iron shots that did not go the way she wanted there. So here's Reese Miller here. She goes ahead and rolls in, I believe. That would have been a 7 for Reese. And then we have a par putt here for Claire from Council Bluffs St. Albert's. And she rolls that in for par. So Claire escapes out of there with a par. Good hole for Claire to start off in Council Bluffs St. Albert's. Maci had a rough start to go. Had a good drive off the tee, which was good to see. As I said yesterday, that was our battle. Then that downhill slope on the chip, along with her short chip that she ended up losing to the right that got into the water. Here's that famous bridge that you hear. That sounds like you're going to fall through, but don't worry, we're not. We won't fall through. So we're going to move on to hole number 11, par 4, 320-yard par 4 with a small pond on the right-hand side. So yesterday, Maci found the rough on the right, had to punch out, and then ended up with a good chip, but I think we ended up with bogey on that one. So hole number hole number 11, like I said, 320 yards. Almost breeze a week, kinda coming in our face. I talked about being northeast, but got myself turned around, I believe. So more of a kind of a breeze out of the west a little bit here. So Maci's gonna come off the tee here. And there's the drive that we've been looking for yesterday. Straight. Where she's aiming, she'll be just on the left side of the either fairway or left side, just barely into the rough. So good drive off the tee there by Maci. It's actually just short of maybe the 100-yard stake there on the left side. Next up is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. Going to end up just in the rough on the left. Had a little bit of a draw off the tee, so rolled out to the left, maybe a little farther than she liked, but she should have. unless she got under the pine tree on the left, she should have a shot to the green. Next up is Claire from Council Bluffs, St. Albert. Claire's going to find the right side, kind of where Maci was yesterday. Should be safe, shouldn't get to the pond that's on the right, but it's going to put her in a position that she's probably going to have to punch out to get around the trees that are there, because there's quite a group of trees that pretty much block any chance of going at the green. So she'll have to punch out of there, and her third shot will be able to go towards the green there. And with Claire, it looks like Claire Christensen is the name for that one. So Claire Christensen from St. Albert's off to the right in the rough. Gonna have some trees to deal with. She's gonna have to probably punch out to get a shot at the green. Reese Miller had a little bit of a draw off the drive there, so she's gonna find the rough on the left-hand side, but if she stopped before the two trees there, she should be okay. And then Maci had a nice drive down the middle, so she's gonna be set up there where she'll have a shot in. Looks like Maci's drive puts her at just under the 150 marker, or about right at that 150 marker. So, but again, found the fairway again. So 2 out of 2 for finding the fairway off the tee. So she's looking at probably about 150 yards. The breeze at her. She, again with that iron, came kind of right off of it, so off the toe again. So luckily she stayed out of the water there, so she's going to be right at the 100-yard stake. Reese Miller found the rough. She looks like she's probably 130, 140 out. Looks like she's got a clear shot, so she did not get into the two trees that were on the left-hand side. It's a good shot by Reese. Got to get up. Did get up, rolled up there. It's going to be off the green to the right, so nice shot by Reese there on her second. As we thought with Caitlin Christensen, she's in that deep rough on the right, had to try to punch out. Got caught up in the rough, so she's still in the rough on the right, and I'm not sure if she'll be able to take a shot. Be able to take a shot from there, or she'll have to punch it out again. So you can finally see the pond that's in play there. So we've corrected our off the tee for Maci. She's had 2 drives right down the middle, but our second shots both times have kind of been off the toe. Hasn't been able to get it up in the air, so something she's going to have to work on. So here's Christensen. She's going to try to punch out. She does get punched out. She's just in front of Maci's ball there. So she will also have about a 80, 90-yard shot over the water here. So Maci gets a good look at the pond. It's sitting right in front of her. She's about 100 yards out. Pin location is kind of middle of the green, maybe a little to the right side. Key with this green will be to make sure you're below the hole. If it's above the hole today, will be very difficult coming down. And she's still struggling with the iron play. Not staying down, kind of peeking a little bit, therefore she's not getting underneath that ball. So she's gonna, Coach Bell's gonna take a look. It did skip. I'm gonna take a look and see if it did indeed get out of the penalty area. If it did get out of the penalty area, she'll probably, guessing because it's underneath that tree, we'll have to take a unplayable and hopefully be able to get enough club lengths to get out of the mess. So struggling today with the iron play. A lot of holes to play yet, so they're taking a look. Don't see her golf ball. I think it did find the water, so she'll have to take her 2 club lengths. Yes, they find it, but so they're searching for Maci's ball underneath the tree next to the pond because the ball looked like it skipped, but so they're not able to find Maci's ball, so it did find the water. So she'll have to find the point of entry, take her 2 club lengths, or come back from that point of entry. There will be a penalty stroke there. So she'll be laying 4, shooting 5. So off of the point of entry into the hazard, she can take her 2 club lengths and drop. We can move up. So Maci will be laying better iron shot. It'll be just off to the right of the green there, but it's good to see her have an iron shot where she is able to get underneath it. And Christensen also found the water there. Got to keep moving so that the golfers behind us don't have to wait for us. That's what I kind of forget about the people that are hitting behind us. So So Claire did find the water just as Maci did, so she's gonna bring it out here and hit again from that spot. And she found the water again there. So there is a little bit of a fairway to the left-hand side. So she's going to determine here what she wants to do here. So she's going to drop another ball here. Looks like she's going to kind of aim for, there's like a sliver of fairway that's left of the pond. She's going to go ahead and kind of play that around. And she's found the pond again here. So just having the composure. It's not easy. Big stage. So I know she's very frustrated right now. She's going to get her composure here. So we're going to kind of determine she's going to drop in that spot again here. Take a few deep breaths here. So she's into the water there again. And if you've ever played golf, you've been in this situation before, where it's very frustrating. She's trying to get her deep breaths here and be able to get through here. And as a parent, you feel for her, as you know how difficult this is. Claire's going to drop here again. She's going to work on punching herself around the water here. She's kind of caught the edge there. Into the water, she's going to So up on the green there, Maci's on the right side of the green. And you get some encouragement here from where I would guess would be her parents here. So they're gonna, Maci's chip just catches the green. It's gonna roll up there. So she's got about an 8-footer, and that's gonna be a tricky putt for Maci. It's going to be a side hill, and it looks like it'll be a huge right to left breaker. So she's going to mark her ball up in the green. Claire's going to determine where she wants to shoot towards. She's going to come more straight across here. She's going to get it chipped up. So she has gotten up here to the left side of the pond, so and got away from there. So you can hear some encouragement from her fans, and which is exactly what she's going to need here. As, again, if you've played golf before, you have been in this situation. Clear from the left side of the pond here. Looking to run one up to the green here. She does run it up. She's just going to be short on the left side of the fringe there. So we're happy to see her get through that. Because it's not, like I said, it's not easy. It's very taxing mentally when shots don't go your way. As I've said it before, my daughter hates to hear it, but good shot, bad shot, and move on to the next shot, and just kind of keep plugging away. So Reese is on the right side of the green on the fringe on her second shot. Maci found the fairway off the tee. Here's Claire. It's a good chip up there. Just going to set her above the hole there, about 7 feet above and left from where our angle is. Reese is getting her ball marked here, so her same thing, kind of up the hill. Probably a pretty sizable right to left break, I would guess. Here's her putt. Good speed. Just stay below the hole, so that was good leave, as long as it stops rolling there. So she's going to have about a 3 or 4 putter there for par for Reese. Now, Maci is going to have a very slippery putt. It's going to be downhill, breaking from right to left. Speed is going to be the key on this one. And looks like she left it short. Still gonna have a slippery 3 or 4 footer coming back. So here is Claire. Again, a little bit of a downhill putt, probably a little left to right for her with the break. And that was a tough putt for Claire. Like I said, it's coming down that slope. It's a quick putt. You can see why Maci was a little hesitant with hers, because you can see Claire's really rolled out down that hill. Oh, Reese just lips out her par putt. Just lipped it out to the left there. So she'll be looking to, looks like she's going to finish up here, which would be her bogey here. And she puts in, so Reese is in for bogey. So Reese Miller from Boyer Valley is in for bogey. Here is Claire Christensen from St. Albert. So this is going to be more up the hill, maybe a little right to left. Again, probably 6 to 8 inches uphill. Looks like just missed it on the left-hand side there. So here's Maci's putt. Again, going to be a little slippery one, a little downhill. Speed is going to be key here. Just missed, so she's going to tap in there. With Maci's score, I got to do a little thinking on this one. So I believe that would be a 9 for Maci. So an 8 and a 9 to start off, not what she wanted to start off with, but again, you got 16 holes left to play. So you definitely got to figure out the iron play, because she's been hitting them off of the kind of hit him off the toe with her iron play. So we're gonna move here to hole number 12, which is a par 5. So we have a 370-foot par. 370-foot par 5 here. That's a dogleg right here. So we'll walk up to the tee. So there is a
I saw you turn around and start running back. I'm like, yeah, you probably better go get that. You're gonna want that.
So with hole number 12, good thing is there's no water in this hole, so we won't find the water. First holes, we did find the water on both holes, which gave some penalty stroke there. So hole 12, like I said, 370 yard. It is a par 5. This is a dogleg right up the hill. So needing to get to the top of the hill and not find the tree. There's a large tree on the right side of the hill, right at the corner. That's kind of where, if you want a chance to get there in 2, you definitely need to be either left side of the fairway or past that tree. I have a little bit of that little bit of breeze will be behind him on this hole. Yeah, that's fine. Just pay attention to that. Attention to that. And wherever it's on there, just pay attention, because those will be the ones that will run out sooner. So Maci Meyer is going to be off the tee here. Looking to find the fairway here. So there is a little creek in front. It's a nice drive up the left-hand side there. It's going to be in a good position there. So found the left-hand side of the fairway. That's really where you want to be. It puts you past, hopefully past that tree, so you do have a a clear second shot towards the green. So off the tee, we've definitely made our corrections, so we're looking good there. Now we just got to get iron play figured out for Maci. And she's, with her iron play, kind of has peaked, maybe been peaking a little bit, so either coming up over the top or hitting it off of the toe. So here is Reese from Boyer Valley. She is going to be left, make this hole a little bit longer. She's going to be farther left in the rough. So that's going to, so she's going to, should have a clear second shot, but definitely going to make the hole a little bit longer there for Reese. So here is Claire for St. Albert. She is also going to find the left side over by Reese, so they're both going to be kind of in the same spot there. Like I said, Maci may have found the rough on the left-hand side, but it should be real close to the fairway. But all three of them will have what should be a clear shot towards the green here. Again, par 5, but reachable in 2 depending on where you're set up. I think where Maci's set up, she has the possibility to reach into with a hybrid, but we'll have to get a closer look here. So breeze should keep things a little bit cooler today. Like I said, it's a 10-mile-per-hour breeze, kind of out of the west. Not a cloud in the sky, just a little bit of smoky haze. So Reese and Claire are in the rough on the left-hand side at the top of the hill. Should have clear shots, I think, to the green. Just build a little bit long, makes the hole a little bit longer because it's a dog leg right. Maci hit a nice drive up the left-hand side, kind of where you want to be to keep away from the tree on the corner. And it looks as though her ball did find the fairway, so 3 of 3 for hitting fairways off the tee. And there's no water in this hole, so that's good. That's right.
Now we can't miss the driver, can't hit the next club.
Yep.
Hit this next club right
Yeah, I agree.
Just hit him on the driver.
Yeah. So Claire and Reese have both found the top of the hill like we had talked about. Looks like both of them have clear shots towards the green. Probably, so just reviewing our stakes here. So the blue stakes are 200, white stakes 150, red stakes are 100. So looking based up here, here's Reese at the top of the hill. I'm guessing she's probably 230 out, maybe. So Claire also at the top of the hill. So Reese is going to be first to hit here. Like I said, probably about 230 out, I'm guessing. Good looking shot at the green from here. She rolls her out of there, down the fairway. Might have rolled into the rough on the right-hand side, but still should probably get close to that 100-yard stake rolling down the hill. So here is Claire, comes above St. Albert. Sounded like a nice looking shot. Didn't quite see where it came down. I think she was able to catch fairway or. So we'll come up to Maci's ball. Like I said, Maci had a very nice drive, left-hand side of the fairway. Probably still, oh, I would say maybe 175 out. So she'll have a good look at this par 5 here. I heard Coach Bell say 162 is what she's at. So probably her 5 hybrid or 6 hybrid. You can see the flag is tucked in the right-hand side there. So aiming towards the center of the green. There's a good looking shot right down the middle. See what you can get for a roll. That's gonna roll just short. Good shot, Maci. So it's gonna roll just short of the green. So perfect position there. So chip uphill. So on her second shot of the par 5, right down the middle. Gonna be just on the fringe. So in good position for her third shot. So it looks like, based on where Claire is walking, we saw her swing, but did not see where the ball went. Looks like it's going to end up on the left-hand side here. So it looks like she might have found the rough on the left. And Reese did roll through the fairway, so she is in the rough on the right-hand side. Probably still about 100 and I'd say she's probably 130 out here with her third shot. Just gonna come off. She's on the left-hand side of the green there, so she'll have a nice look at. She'll be able to work with the whole green there. So Claire did find the rough on the left. So with her third shot, she's probably looking at probably about 80 yards. Got a good look at the green there. Pin placement tucked in the right. So here's Claire's third shot from the rough on the left side. Looking shot there. Looks like it's going to caught the left side of the green there, roll back to the back edge. But a good shot there by Claire. I'm glad she was able to fight through that last hole. I mean, like I had said before, it's not easy. It's not easy to when shots aren't going your way. But she has definitely come through and had 3 very good shots here on the par 5. So she'll have a long putt for birdie. Maci will have a chip up the hill for eagle. And Reese is going to be on the left side on the fringe. And she will be chipping for birdie. So hopefully Maci can kind of right the ship here after the first 2 holes that were pretty tough ones for us. So she's going to line up her chip here just off the front. Probably a little right to left, I would say, uphill. She's going to roll her on back in there. Looks like she left herself below the hole, which is good. Probably about about a 3-footer here for birdie. Oh, now that we got up here, more probably closer like a 5-footer for birdie here. So Reese from Boyer Valley here. She's got a chip from the left side fringe. Got the whole green to work with here. Looks pretty good speed coming up the hill. It's going to drop to the right there a little bit. That leaves her about a 5-footer there. So Reese will be putting for par, I believe, from there. So here is Claire. This is Claire's birdie opportunity. So a long putt here. Could be down the hill. Probably a left to right breaker here. This will be for birdie. Speed was pretty good there, but it really took off. Like I said, it's a hard left to right breaker, so it really took off. So she'll have a par putt there. So Reese will be putting for par. Claire will also be putting for par, and Maci will be putting for a birdie opportunity here in the par 5, 12th. Again, a little downhill, left to right breaker, speed being the key. Just missed it on the bottom side there. So she'll have that left for bogey. This is Claire's par putt. Going to be a little uphill, and again, left to right breaker. Good speed. Oh, just missed it on that bottom side. So she's going to tap in for a bogey there. So Claire escapes out of there with a bogey. There's Maci Meyer, so hers is going to be uphill, and hers will be more of a right to left breaker. This is for birdie. Just missed. Just rolled over the right edge. So she taps in for par. And here is Reese Miller. This will be for bogey. She rolls it in for bogey. So a pair of bogeys for Claire and Reese, a par for Maci there. So good putt by Maci, just ran the right edge of the cup there, and it kind of stayed there. So we're on to 13. Well, 13 is a par 3. Be into the wind a little bit. Into the wind yesterday, I believe Maci used a 6 hybrid or a 5 hybrid. Might be a 5 hybrid today with the wind blowing right at us. The wind is picking up just a little bit. So it's 160 yards here. Par 3. Looks like the pin placement is front middle, front left, I would guess. Yesterday it was in the right side, so it was kind of protected by the hill on the right side of the green. So anything to roll it on up there. And so again, wind blowing kind of right at us, right in our face here. 160 yard par 3. So Maci's going to be first off the tee. A nice looking shot there coming right at the green. We'll see if she's got the right club. Just in the short right there. So very good shot there by Maci. So she's just going to be short of the green on the right hand side. So chip and putt for par, hopefully. So Reese Miller from Boyer Valley is on the tee next. Like I said, the wind blowing right in our face here. Picking up to 10 to 15 miles an hour possibly. And Reese has pulled it off to the left there and possibly found the hazard. So there is a creek that runs left, and the wind did not help it. Once it went left, the wind pushed it farther left, and she may have found a hazard. So we'll have to find that out. It's all lateral hazards here, so there'll be a red line that's painted along the hazard. So point of entry and then 2 club lengths and with a penalty stroke. So here's Claire Christensen from Council Bluffs St. Albert's. She hits a nice straight shot. Should get a good kick to the left here off the hill. And that's going to roll up there about 15 feet to the right of Maci. So just off the front right there. So both in pretty good position there. Pretty good position. So we'll move up to the green here. They're going to have to do a little bit of looking here for Reese's ball. Like I said, she kind of lost it to the right. The wind did not help it. Kept pushing it, or lost it to the left, sorry. The wind kept pushing it to the left. You know, hopefully the rough is pretty thick on the left-hand side, so hopefully that slowed it down before it got to the hazard. But you'll have to do some searching for that one. There is kind of a chunk of no-mo kind of in the middle here, but I definitely think she flew the no-mo. So hopefully the long rough will have slowed her ball down enough where she did not reach that hazard. So they're checking. There's a little sliver of no-mo that's kind of sticks out, so they're going to do some searching into that. So it is just on the edge of the no-mo. So she has a couple options with this one. She can play it as is and see if she can get it punched out, or she can take an unplayable lie, take her 2 club lengths, but that'll give her a penalty stroke. So she has some decisions here to make. How's the camera crew? Good?
We're going good? Yep.
Yep. Okay, I have strapping young men here carrying all our stuff around.
We'll call it that.
It's kind of nice. I don't even have to carry anything today.
There you go.
Ooh, well, color man shouldn't have to carry the camera. So it's nice to see. Like I said, Maci has settled in here after her first 2 holes. A couple rough iron shots on the first 2 holes. Found the water on both 10 and 11, but had a birdie putt on 12, and 13 she put herself in good position short of the hole with a front left pin placement. So put herself in good position to come out of here with a par. So they're taking a look with Reese's ball again. She's trying to determine. So she has determined that she's going to take that unplayable lie. So she's going to get her 2 club lengths out of there, and that'll be a one-stroke penalty. We had talked about this at regional finals at Highland. They have big areas of no-mo, and trying to hit out of it is extremely difficult. So her coach and Reese determined that it's probably a better idea to get out of that no-mo, even though it is a penalty stroke, but because you just don't know how it's going to come out. You don't know if it's going to come out, and you'd hate to have where you're pounding 3 strokes and still not out of the no-mo. So she'll be hitting 3 after taking that unplayable. So this will be her 3rd shot here. There's a good looking shot from there from Reese. It's going to roll across the green, but that's going to leave her a tough shot coming back. But so here's Maci Meyer here. So she's got a chip from the front. It's going to be kind of a right to left breaker here to the hole. So she'd like to get something put in there close. It's going to come on down to the hole. So nice chip there by Maci. Looks like she got about a probably 2-footer here for par. Like I said, with that pin placement in the front left, so and most of these greens here are sloped towards the front of the green. So here's Claire Christensen. She's on the right side of the fringe here. So she'll have that similar, and it's scary. It's a little bit scary there, so she does end up chipping it short, because picking out a place for it to land so it doesn't roll off the front of the green is difficult. There's a good looking, now breaking down to the left. Left her about 2 feet there. So good chip there by Claire. Now there's a knee knocker from Reese. She's on the back side of the green here. She's got to come up over the ridge, and then it's going to break downhill once it gets over that ridge towards the front. Keeping this one on the green is going to be difficult because if you're long, it could roll off the front. So this will be a very daunting putt here by Reese from Boyer Valley. So she comes up and over the hill, looks pretty good pace right there. Wow, great putt by Reese from there. So she's about the same spot as Maci ended up here. So I'm not sure if Maci will get a look at her putt or she'll get a look at Maci's putt, but that was a very good putt by Reese from where she was located. So it looks like Reese is going to be out. So Maci is going to get a look at her putt. That'll be very similar. Maci's got to be just in front of her there. So here is, this will be a double bogey putt here for Reese. Must have just missed it on maybe the low side there. So, like I said, hopefully Maci got a good read off of that putt there. So this will be a par putt for Maci here. Gonna move downhill here. And she makes it. So back-to-back pars for Maci. Had a rough start to the day with some iron shot trouble, but has regrouped here at back-to-back pars. So here is Claire Christensen from Council Bluffs St. Albert's. She is going to be putting in here for par. And she makes her par as well. So great job by Claire. You know, we talked about it on hole number 11 where, you know, things didn't go her way, but she is stuck with it. She has battled through. I'm very impressed with her composure. So Reese just misses that one. I believe that would be a triple bogey there for Reese when she caught the no-mo off the tee. So caught the no-mo, playing unplayable. Just put her in a tough position, but she'll battle. She'll battle. There's going to be some great holes. There's going to be some good holes, and there's going to be some holes that make you shake your head and not want to play golf anymore. So we're going to head across the bridge here. We're going to head across the bridge here and find hole number 14. Lots of patrons out here again today. We're gonna.
What is this, 14?
The 14 here. It's gonna be a par 4. So you can listen to, if you can hear a little bit of the coaching that's talking. I mean, it's a lot of the same things any coach is going to tell them. Hey, par here, a par there. You know, it's going to be fine. So So 14, yeah, it is probably the shortest par 4 on the course for the ladies. So it's going to be from the ladies' tee box. which is right in front of the creek there. It's a 248-yard par 4 here, with the wind blowing right at our back. So, like I said, by far the shortest par 4 for the ladies, with the creek lateral hazard kind of in the front, but shouldn't necessarily come into play. So I think the officials talking with them a little bit, just talking about pace of play, because we had a couple holes there that slowed us down, and they want us to, I believe, probably pick up the pace.
Sorry, that's my fault for going in there and not deciding what I wanted to do.
So here's Claire off the tee first here. Said 247-yard par 4. And she hits a nice drive up the left-hand side. She's going to be about just under 100 out on the left side of the fairway there for Claire. So Reese Miller from Boyer Valley is going to step up to the tee box here. And she's going to have a nice draw down the left-hand side. It's going to catch the rough, but a good drive there by Reese. So Maci Meyer at the tee here on the 14th. Like I said, straight away, par 4, 247 yards out. Wind behind your back here. And she drives one up on the right-hand side there. That's going to roll right up there on the right-hand side. I believe it would have stayed in the fairway. Could have possibly rolled into the rough, but nice drive off the tee there by Maci. So we're off on the 14th here. So if you're just joining us, we're in Marshalltown at the American Legion Country Club here. Second day, day 2 of the girls' state golf tournament here for 1A. With the format, how this works if you haven't been listening and stuff. So 18 holes yesterday. Then based off of your 18 holes from yesterday, you get a tee time today and a regrouping, so you're not necessarily playing with the same girls as you did yesterday, groups of 3. At the state tournament, there are 10 teams competing for the state title. Easton Valley was in first place to start off the day. Nashua Plainfield was in second place. And Mason City Newman Catholic was in third place with the team standings. So today's format, like I said, not a shotgun start. They teed off from either hole number 1 or hole number 10. And were announced, which was kind of cool for the girls. So a little flavor of being in the pros a little bit. They got their name announced and also got and also name of their school that they're playing for. So Claire is just on the left side of the fairway here, on the very left, just into the fairway cut. She's going to be about 100 and... Well, no, I take that back. I would say probably 75 yards out. We are to the old greens now. So the old greens, we talked about this yesterday a little bit today. The original 9 holes has very flat greens, not a lot of break, unlike the last few greens that we had, 11, 12, and 13. So now we're going to get back into some of the older greens, which will be a lot easier to read. So here's Claire, about 75 out. Just going to catch the middle of the green and just roll off the backside. So Maci has a front right pin location. She's probably about 50 yards out here. She's aiming for the center of the green there. It does get it onto the center of the green, so she's going to have, probably a 25-footer coming across the green. Shouldn't be a lot of break. It's maybe a little bit uphill, but that'll be her birdie putt opportunity here. So Reese has found the rough on the left. She's maybe 20 yards out here from the rough. She's got a lot of green to look at here with the pin placement on the right side. It just didn't come out of the rough as well as she liked. So she's going to end up being a little bit short of the green, but still have a really good look at it.
Got a little more in there to pick up the pace a little
I
bit.
figured that's,
Yeah.
like I told Saints TV, that that's definitely what the official was letting us know, that we needed to pick up the pace. So,
Yep. You got 2 holes in front of us. So.
but again, with the shots that we had, there wasn't that we were,
Right. Not that we're slow.
we just had we had water trouble on hole 12, and then an unplayable lie on 13. So
Yep.
there's a shot from Reese, just misses a hole to the left. So that's going to leave her about a 5-footer coming back for par. Claire had hit the backside of the green, but it did roll. It did kick off the back, so she's going to be chipping up for birdie here. Maci's going to have about a 25-footer. Looks like a little bit uphill. Probably not a lot of break to it. Like I said, we got to these original holes where the greens are a lot flatter. So there's a chip from Claire. She does end up short of the green, so she's going to have another chip coming here. So she's laying 3, hitting 4 here for Claire Christensen. Did you let the other coaches know that we are streaming? Okay.
Yep, sure did.
Okay.
They were letting their peeps know.
Okay, so yeah, we might have some St. Albert fans out there watching. Hopefully you enjoy the broadcast, or some Boyer Valley fans out there watching. I know you got Saints fans out watching. So here's Claire coming across the green there. So that was Claire's 4th shot there, so she'll be putting for bogey. Maci is going to line up here, so she's coming across the green. This is her birdie putt here. So it looks like it's probably about 3 or 4 inches uphill. Probably not a lot of left to right break. Looks like good pace. Be the putt. Oh,
Good roll.
just missed it to the left-hand side. It was good pace up the hill. So she's going to have about a 1.5 foot left for her par putt. So here is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. Just misses, maybe, it's hard to tell from our angle, but looks like she just missed it to the left there. So she's going to go ahead and tap in here. I think that would have been a bogey for Reese. This is a bogey attempt for Claire. Looks like a good roll. Just missed it to the right. So she'll have a double bogey here. Maci's going to line up for her par putt here. And she rolls it in. So off of a rocky 2 holes, Maci has come back with 3 straight pars here. So here's Claire. This will be for double bogey here. Now just missed it off to the left here. Taking a deep breath, gonna line her up. I believe this will be for triple bogey for Claire here. She rolls it in. So on to 15 here. This is a hard dog leg to the right. So we're going to have a hard dog leg to the right here with hole number 15. So I'm going to walk across the creek here.
Maybe in the PGA they do that. I don't know.
So 15. So we're hitting 15 here again. 15's a dog leg right, and it's par 5. So you're going to have the wind kind of into your face here. There's plenty of, so you got tree line on the right there. If you do blow through the fairway, there is another fairway on the other side of the tree line straight ahead, so the only issue would be having to deal with some of those big trees. So Maci's gonna tee up a driver. She's gonna be aiming towards a big tree at the top of the hill and hopefully kind of cut it around the corner just a little bit. It's a nice drive, starting to cut around. It's going to put her right in the middle of the fairway on the top of the hill. So nice drive by Maci. The wind really held it up. There's, like I said, the wind's probably up to 15 miles an hour, especially above those trees. But sits her in position there for a nice second shot. That's a par 5, so it's a 440-yard par 5, and with the wind playing right at you, it's going to be a little bit longer. So here's Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. She hits her straight up the hill. It's going to roll right up to, hopefully just in the rough there. Kind of went right at a big tree, so hopefully it's not nestled up there. Hopefully she'll have a clear second shot opportunity. And Claire Christensen here from St. Albert. is going to come off to the left a little bit. So she's going to be in the rough on the top of the hill. Hopefully she got a good bounce away from the tree that's on the top of the hill. So otherwise she'll have to punch out of there to get her back into the fairway. So again, but it's a par 5. You figure on 3 shots to get to the green no matter what, especially with the wind blowing right at us. So Maci found the fairway again. I believe she's missed only 1 fairway today off the tee, so much better with our tee shots than we were yesterday. But we're still going to be at least 200 and probably 260 yards out, maybe even 270 yards out yet with this par 5. So again, hard dog leg to the right. Maci put herself in perfect position there off the tee. Claire found the top of the hill there. So Maci's going to go ahead. They're looking for their balls. We're trying to pick up the pace a little bit. We did have an official that way. Yep. So they did ask us to pick up the pace a little bit. So Maci's going to hit her second shot here, aiming right down the middle of the fairway with a 5 hybrid. And she hits a nice low shot. That's going to work out. That's going to work out well for her. It's going to roll up there past the 150-yard marker and still be on the right side of the fairway, so she's going to be in good position there. With Claire, she did kind of find a little bit of that tree, so it looks like she's going to have to determine if she wants to punch to the right side or punch to the left side of that tree. Like I said, any Council Bluffs St. Albert fans or Boyer Valley fans, hopefully you're enjoying the stream today. So Claire's gonna punch out here, get it back into the fairway here on her second shot. Punches out. Gets it out from under the tree there. She's still gonna be in the rough here. She's gonna have a full swing at it. Reese also found that tree. I was worried about that, so she's gonna also punch back into the fairway. Looks like she might be able to take a little bit more of a full swing from where she's at. So she does punch out. So her rolls out on the right-hand side there, so good punch out by Reese. So we're gonna keep ourselves moving here. Again, the officials wanted us to pick up the pace. Not that we've been doing anything wrong, it's just we had a couple of first two holes, had a lot of hazard trouble by our golfers. So here's Claire with her third shot here. Looks like a good looking shot there up the left side of the fairway there. So good shot by Claire. So one of the things, with the rules, we have officials out here kind of keeping pace going, so there's not a lot of hold up, but I don't believe, I could be wrong, I don't think there's any penalty unless your slow play is more on purpose, which our slow play is definitely not on purpose. We just had, like I said, the first 2 holes, we had a lot of trouble with some of the hazards there, so it took a little bit longer than expected. So here's Reese Miller from Boyer Valley, sitting at about maybe 210 yards out. You can barely see the top of the flag just over the hill. We got a breeze coming right into our face here. Good looking shot there by Reese. That's going to roll right up to the right side. On the right side there. So very good shot there by Reese Miller. She's excited about it. Big old smile on her face. So that's good. Good to see him smiling. So we're going to get up here. Maci's ball is, with her second shot, she is probably about 120, 130 yards out. And she's on the right side of the fairway. Claire is laying 3, shooting her 4th shot. She's at about the 150-yard stake on the left side of the fairway. Might have just rolled barely into the, yeah, it looks like it rolled a couple feet into the rough. So she's going to be playing out of the rough on the left-hand side. Like I said, right at about the 150-yard marker with that breeze kind of blowing right at us. So probably playing closer to 165 with that breeze. Comes out, looks like she's gonna miss the green to the right-hand side there. So here's Maci's 3rd shot here. Like I said, probably 130, 140 out with that breeze coming right at her. Green, or pin location looks like left side. Right over the top of it. Kind of been our struggle with our low irons, but it rolled out very well. So that should have rolled herself right up there in position for a nice easy chip and putt, hopefully to keep that par streak alive. So every day of golf has its struggles. Today our struggle is a little bit of our iron play. Had some difficulty. Thought we had a tripper. I believe I gave her one yesterday to put with their stuff, and it's not in her bag. So yes, it's probably in the center console. So Maci's ball did roll out good. I mean, just came right over the top there. I forgot to, yeah, there is a bunker on the right-hand side. So either Reese or Claire did find the bunker here. So Maci's gonna have about a 30-yard chip here. Flags in the middle. It's gonna come out again off the toe there. Like I said, with our iron play, we're having, it's not hitting them very well right now. So she'll have probably a putt. Again, this is a flatter green, so up the hill, not a lot of break to it. So she'll be putting for par. Good 25-footer probably. Reese Miller did not find the bunker. She's on the right side of the green here. So she's laying 3. This is her 4th. Chips it up there. Rolls it up. Nice chip there for Reese. So she'll have maybe a 8-footer for par for Reese. Claire did find the bunker, so she's going to play out of the bunker here. She's laying 4. This is shooting 5 out of the bunker here. Oh, it came out thin. So one of those things where if you have played out of a bunker before, if it can look like she just hit it thin and it came shooting out of the bunker across the green. So she's going to have a chip coming back from the left side there. So one of those things, if you hit it too thick, you don't get it out of the bunker, or if in this case she hit it really, really thin and it comes screaming out of the bunker. So Maci's going to have Reese mark her ball. So Maci is going to choose chip here. So this is her. She's laying 4, hitting 5 here. She's going to chip it in to keep that par streak she's got going. And that's not going to be bad. Oh! So not the chip she was looking for, but it just lipped out. She was frustrated at first until it almost went in. So another one of those shots in golf, you're like, oh no, wait a minute, it might go in. So just lipped out of the right side. So she'll have a little 2-footer there. Nice chip by Claire. So she was, like I said, she caught her thin coming out of the bunker, so ended up about 20, 30 yards past the green, but beautiful chip coming back. How's her battery life?
Good, I plugged it back in.
Okay. How about this guy? I think it's up in the corner somewhere. Okay. Good. How about over here?
Is 75 minutes.
Okay. So good. All right, so Reese is going to line up her putt here. This will be her par putt here. Like I said, the greens are pretty flat on this stretch, so won't have a lot of movement, maybe just a little left to right, maybe just a smidge uphill. And she's just going to be short, so she'll probably tap that in there. She marked it, but she'll be able to tap it in for bogey. Maci's going to line up her bogey putt as well. She's got a 2-footer coming down, so she's going to get that lined up. How she's looking at it, maybe right edge or even right at it. Like I said, not a lot of break on these greens during this stretch. And she rolled it in for bogey. Good putt by Maci. So here's Claire. She's got a long putt coming across the green here. And this, I believe that would, she's laying 7. Going to be hitting 8 here. Reese is gonna, this is Reese's short bogey putt here. And she rolls it in for bogey. So Reese Miller from Boyer Valley goes in for bogey. I believe, like I said, these aren't official. If you go onto the girls' site, you can actually follow the live scoring that they have for it. But I believe Claire is laying 7 here, and this is B for 8. And she rolls it in. Nice putt by Claire. So we're going to head to the par 3 16th here. This is a hole yesterday Maci Meyer started on. So you'll notice the big bunker that'll protect the green on the right-hand side, short right. Pin today is in the front right, so they're protecting those shots right at the pin. We'll have a breeze behind him on this hole, so it could play a little bit shorter. That should tighten up here. Get a little bit of a, let's get up here and we'll take a look at it. So yeah, Jeez. Cameraman's trying to take the camera off by hitting a tree. But yeah, we're heading to hole number 16 here. Par 3, wind at her back. I'm going to be aiming for the front left. Like I said, the pin's protected today anyway. The pin is protected by the bunker that's in the short right. We'll oh. That give us anything? So Reese Miller's off the tee here first. She's going to be off the left-hand side. So in the rough, she's going to be left of the hole there. So she'll have a chip. It'll be coming across the green, so out of the rough there. Maci Meyer's going to come up here second here. Looks like she's playing probably a 7-iron here. She stays down on that one. That one is going to be just short of the bunker, but good looking iron shot. We finally see she's been struggling with her irons today, especially those longer ones. So that one looked much better than what we had before. So she'll have a short chip, not a lot of green to work with. Here's Claire Christensen here. She's hitting it right down the middle. See if we can get a good roll out of this. Gonna roll right up onto the center of the green. So good shot by Claire. So she'll have a birdie putt opportunity there. So very nice shot there by Claire. There's trying to get ourselves a little tighter here. All right, so we're gonna head down 16. So Claire Christensen ends up, she is right in the center of the green there, so she'll have a birdie putt opportunity. Reese Miller's off to the left in the rough, but pin high, so she'll have a chip and a run to get it up to the green. And Maci's going to end up being short right. So she'll have a chip, not a lot of green to work with. Looks like might have just a little bit of a right to left break on it, but again it was promising to see her with her iron shot there, that she didn't catch it off to the toe. Ended up with a good looking shot there. So she'll have a little bump and run. Probably needs to catch just the fringe and let it work down. So it did catch a fringe, it's gonna work down the hole, just missed it to the left. So got a run at it. She kind of thought it was gonna hit the flag there, but missed it to the left. So she's got about probably a 7-footer coming back for par there. So Reese Miller's up. Like I said, she was pin high, maybe a little deep, but off to the left-hand side. So from the rough, and some of that rough, I talked about it yesterday, some of the rough is very deep and hard to get out. So she's going to still be in that rough. It may have caught maybe the second cut, but looks like she's still going to be in that rough. And very difficult to get out of that thick rough. I wonder if we have to bring this off and then tighten it underneath. So here's Reese Miller from the fringe here. Might be, it's hard to tell if she's in the fringe or the rough there. And that one comes out hot. So again, that rough, so hers going to roll across the green. She'll be chipping there. Little, not underneath, so I'm wondering if this has to. Oh, sorry about the camera there, folks. We're just trying to get this tightened up here.
Screwdriver, penny.
So sorry about that, folks. We're just trying to get our camera tightened up there. So Reese was able to chip it onto the fringe there. That's a nice chip there by Reese. Got her within probably a foot or so. That's better. So here is Claire. This is her birdie putt. A little bit uphill, not a lot of break. Just leaves it short, so she's probably about 3 feet short here. So Maci's going to line up. This is her par opportunity here. So not a lot of break to it. Maybe a couple inches. Can be a little bit uphill. And you can see it kind of sliding off to the left there. So she's going to go ahead and line up to just tap this in. This will that'll be a bogey for Maci. So hopefully they're enjoying it. All right, so here's a putt from Claire. Now this is going to be her par putt here. And she rolls that in for par. So nice job by Claire there. So you might lose. We're gonna head to hole 17. So 17 is a uphill par 4, straight away up the hill. So a 326 yard par 4. Like I said, it's straight up the hill here. So you do lose camera here for a little bit. That's just because I got to swap out a battery. No, I'll get it there once we get up there. So it's like we've been able to pick up the pace here, so shouldn't be warned again for our pace of play. So Claire was able to sneak out of there with a par. Maci ended up with a bogey.
Good.
And I think Reese may have, like I said, unofficial, may have gotten a triple bogey there on that par 3. So had a little tough time getting out of the rough there. So like I said, you're going to lose us for just a minute as we change out a camera battery. But we'll get you right back in there in just a second. So there we're back. Didn't even miss a shot. So here is Claire. Claire's off the tee here. And she's off to the right side there. Gonna roll up past the tree on the right there. So she'll have kind of a punch shot coming back, but so here's Maci off the tee here on the 17th. Tee box is located on the left side here, so she hits her tee shot. It's going to be off on the right-hand side there. It's fairly hard over there, so it also looks like she's going to have to probably punch out from behind those trees. We had that same kind of shot yesterday, so 326-yard par 4 here. So here is Reese Miller from Boyer Valley. She is also going to find the tree there, but she got a very favorable bounce there. Bounced her back towards the fairway, so hopefully she'll have a clear second shot there to the green. Whereas I think Claire and Maci are both going to have to punch out from under those large trees on the right-hand side. So moving our way up the fairway on 17 here. So again, if you haven't been watching, we started on hole number 10. We struggled on 10 and 11, but then rattled off 3 straight pars and then 2 bogeys. So I've brought her score back within reason there after a really tough start on the 10 and 11. And we'll have 17, hole 18, and then we will finish up with the front 9. Like I said, it's Beautiful sunny day. Kind of a haze in the sky, I guess, from maybe some smoke, but a little bit of a breeze. Breeze that's 10, 15 miles an hour, which is keeping it pretty nice and cool. So, like I said with Reese, she got a nice bounce off the tree. It bounced her back, which should give her, should give her a nice shot coming in to the green. All right, so Reese is going to play out of the rough here. Probably, we're standing next to 150, so she's probably 140 out. But like I said, she got a really good bounce off the tree, which left her an open look towards the green, which is on the top of the hill here. Came over the top of it a little bit, but that's going to roll out nice. Roll her up on the left side of the fairway there. So turned out good. She kind of topped it just a little bit, but got a good roll out of it. So here is Claire Christensen from St. Albert. She is definitely under the tree. She's going to punch out and get through. So caught some limbs. She was punching out. There's two pretty decent-sized trees on the right hand. That's where Claire and Reese and Maci all kind of found. But Claire was able to punch through, and she got past that other big tree, so she should be in the rough on the right with a chip shot. Maci's also going to have to probably play something low, some sort of punch shot out of here, and hope to be able to get back to the fairway. Not sure if she'll be able to get to the green from where she's at. The biggest thing is to get past the big tree that's kind of in front of her. So she looks like she's got her 3-wood out here. She's going to try to keep something super low and run it. And she did. So beautiful shot there. So she's able to run that all the way up to the left side of the green. So really good second shot there for Maci from behind the tree. Even got a little bit of a smirk, maybe a smile, but not a finger, so that's good. This is one of those fairways that you're going to notice there are a lot of spots on the fairway that are marked because of the dead grass spots. So you do get free relief from those spots if you find yourself in them. So Claire's in the rough here, off to the right-hand side. Looks like she did find another tree there. She's kind of underneath another tree. Reese is going to play from the center of the fairway here. This will be her third shot. Looks like the green kind of slopes off to the left a little bit. She's about, probably about 40 yards out here. Maybe less. Battling the wind and the hair today a little bit. So Reese's chip is going to come off to the left. There is a bunker over there, and I think she found the bunker. Claire had a nice shot from underneath the tree that just rolled past the hole. So it looks like she might have a 5 to 8 footer there. left for par for Claire. So really nice shot there for Claire, being under the tree again. She was able to punch it out and roll it up there. Reese just kind of, I don't know if she pulled it just a little bit, looks like. So it did roll off and find the bunker to the left side of the green. And Maci, like I said, she was able to punch out with 3 wood and get it all rolled all the way up here to the left side. So she'll have a short chip here. Looks like it'll be older greens, so they're fairly flat. So she'll have a short little chip. Looks like it might break just a little bit to the left here. So she rolls up there. So she'll have about a 5 or 6 footer here for par. So Reese finds herself in the bunker there. Maci's going to mark her ball and get out of the way. And this is one of those, we talked about the bunker shots. You know, you catch it. We saw, I believe it was Claire when she was stuck in the bunker, caught it a little thin. Oh, that's a good out. So good out by Reese. So it looks like she actually used the old putter. Ah, that's a good idea. That's a good yeah, so that's a good idea. She putted it hard and up the slope, so she'll have putt from off the green here. Maybe a little bit uphill, not a lot to it. Also, bring me that other camera and the cord to plug it in so I can charge the other battery like that.
I'll go down. See if I can go work.
So Claire's going to line up here. This will be her par putt. Might have a little right to left break. I don't think a lot. Good looking speed. Just missed it on the right. So just missed her par putt there. Maci should have gotten a decent look at the break there to see kind of what it's going to do. So Maci Meyer's lining up here. This will be her par putt. Nailed it. So good par putt there by Maci. Nice looking putt. So Reese Miller's going to line up here. This is going to be for a double bogey here. Just missed it, I believe, on the left-hand side there. So Reese hit a tree coming off the drive, got herself right in the middle of the fairway on her second shot. There she rolls it in. Her third shot coming in, did find the bunker, was able to get out of the bunker right away. Then had a 3 putt there for, I believe, was a 7. Again, totally unofficial scoring. You can follow it online, live scoring to see exactly what it was. And this is a bogey putt, I believe, for Claire Christensen. She just missed it off to the left there. So she's going to come back up the hill here. This will be for double bogey. And it lipped out. I believe she lipped out on the left-hand side there. So that's going to be a triple bogey for Claire as well. So Maci ends up sinking her par putt there. Claire and Reese, I believe, walked away with triple bogeys. So we're on to 18 here, back towards the clubhouse, a par 3. Big bunker on the right-hand side, coming right back at the clubhouse, right back at the parking lot. One of those, as I played it during a practice round, it made you a little uneasy because there's lots of cars parked to the left-hand side, which you'll see. So you're like, ugh, hate to be responsible for putting one off a bumper. But hopefully, you hit it off that bumper, it'll come back towards the green. So it's 143 yard par 3. The green and the tee box are about the same elevation, but then you have a deep gully in between there with a large bunker on the right hand side off the fringe. So anything short, and anything short, left or right, is gonna roll down the hill. Yesterday, Maci played it short, so she was short right, so she had to chip up the hill, to get back on the green. Looks like the pin placement today is on the left side. It's hard to tell from here if it's back left, middle left, or front left. The safe play would be to play to the center of the green and go from there. So it looks like Maci's going to play what I would guess is her 6 hybrid here. A little bit of a breeze, kind of coming at us, a little bit left to right, a little bit at us here. It looks like it's right at it if it is the club. Got to be the club. And she does. She ends up putting it right next to the pin.
Nice shot, Maci.
I am so happy it wasn't a hole-in-one. That would have been a very expensive day for Dad. Luckily, most of the patrons would be drinking water. But a beautiful, beautiful tee shot there by Maci. So here's Claire Christensen. Also looks like a hybrid that she's teeing off with. Looks another very good looking shot there. Bounces there, and she's also on the green. So great looking shot by Claire. Also could have been an expensive day. So 2 really good shots by Claire and Maci. So Reese Miller, Boyer Valley. She is up next here also. Looks like playing that hybrid with that wind blowing at us. So from here, Maci's shot looks extremely close. It's hard to tell if it maybe is how short it is of the flag, but man, it looked good. So here's Reese Miller. This one, and hers is going to kind of come off to the left there. Kind of hooked around. She's going to be down in the gully to the left. I don't think there's any trouble to the left. Just probably some rough. So they'll kind of search that out there. There's some cart sheds over here on the left. Some rough. So we'll find out kind of where that ball rolled. Looks like they have a little bit of no-mo, but I believe she got past the no-mo. So if anything, it might be in between or near the cart sheds that are located on the left-hand side. don't believe there's any out of bounds over there, so you play it as it is, unless you, again, have to take an unplayable and take your club length. They're going to do some looking around here. There it is. So they found it next to the cart shed there. Looks as though she is going to have an opportunity getting up here. It looks like, so Maci's looked extremely close. It looks like she's probably still going to have about an 8 or 10 footer there for birdie, but really, really good shot by Claire and Maci. So Reese does have a look at the green here. She's probably got a 30-yard chip from the rough. The ball's going to be a little bit below her feet. It doesn't look like it's too thick a rough. But she does have to get it up. I mean, it's probably elevated green is probably 10 feet, 15 feet above where she's standing. So comes out, hopefully hits that slope. Just runs across the green there. So she'll have a chip coming back from the fringe there. Yes, that is well put. It is a nightmare if you don't get it up on that top side. Because, for example, where we're walking, we're about head or eye level with the green. So that's how down that valley goes. But again, it's one of the original 9 greens, so not a lot of movement on it. So looking even closer here, it looks like Maci's probably going to have I would say probably a 15, 20 footer here. This is for birdie. And it probably looks like it's going to have a little left to right movement on it. So while she's waiting for Reese there, Maci's going to line up her putt. Good looking putt there. She's able to get it up about a 1.5 feet away there, so she'll have a 1.5 feet left for par. You can see there's a chip from Reese. Gotta sit down. Oh. So Reese caught the green, but it rolled out, and that's gonna probably roll her all the way down to the bottom of that gully. So she's going to have to take a deep breath here and chip back up the hill. So it didn't go down as far as I thought. So she did chip back on, so she's going to be on the back on the green there. So good chip by Reese. Here's a birdie putt. Oh, Claire just lipped out her birdie putt on the right-hand side there. So great putt by Claire Christensen from St. Albert. So Maci's going to line up here. This is for par. Had a very nice tee shot, put her in 20 there. So for a par opportunity here. And she rolls it in. So nice par for Maci. So, like I said, we started off rough. So on hole number 10, that's where we started today. Maci ended up finding the water on her 3rd shot. Ended up with an 8. Then on 11, also found the water and ended up, I believe, with a 9. But since then has had, here's Reese's putt coming down the hill here. Good pace. That's going to leave her a tap in here. But since those first 2 holes, I believe Maci's had 2 other bogeys, and the rest have been par. So she's been playing very well after, like I said, the rocky start with the first 2 holes. So Claire's going to have a par putt here. And she sinks it. So nice par by Claire Christensen there. And this, unofficially, I believe, is going to be a triple bogey there for Reese Miller. She had a little bit of trouble off the tee, but then ended up on the back side of the green and then actually chipped in. So we're going to make our way, so that's the end of the front nine there. So we'll have just a, yeah, so we got a little intermission, not much, but just a little bit, so you might not hear anything. You might just look at the wall or something, but my crew might need a bathroom break or a snack. So we'll let them do that, and then we'll continue on here on to hole number one. So they're going to take just a little bit of a break here. Okay.
Take it all the way down so it doesn't fall down.
I got it in here. You want to eat outside? Have a picnic? Yeah. Where you want to go? I'm going to go to the bathroom. Did they go in to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Perfect.
There.
Give the birdie putt a good roll. We're short. Yeah, but, oh yeah, took a little bit off of it then, the hop and skip it east.
Yep, we'll get there. We'll make up for it.
Yes, yes.
That's a great little
For
setup,
sure.
man.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
They prefer
Will that
they
be like
prefer me
permanently
a
on
cart.
there so you can go back and watch
Should be
it?
able to go back and
Watch
That's
as much
really
as you
cool.
want.
Yep, you'll be able to
Awesome.
watch it the whole time.
Can you delete like a hole?
I wish we
You
could
can
delete
fast
two
forward to a
holes.
hole.
Yeah, I wish we could delete a couple.
It happens.
Yep, it does.
It's learning part of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bounces back, puts the holes together. A little fault, but doesn't let it bother her. It bounces back. I don't know. I haven't even. Yes. Well, I sure hope you're right.
Are my
I
parents
can't
in?
find my gear that my stuff to even look. There it is. Nice. Well, nice considering two, yes, yes. 45, Brian? Take your word for it. All right, can't beat that. We're gonna need a bigger cart. She is. Hey, help yourself from the donuts. You can eat on the road.
Is yours?
Yeah, that was yours. I was trying it for you. No, it's yours. It's fine.
So are you videotaping everything then?
Yes, everything's live.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that'll go on your school
Yep,
website
Saints
then?
TV.
Saints TV right on YouTube.
Yep, right on
Yep.
YouTube. So.
So we told all the people in our group that, hey, let your people know this group's live, so.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yep. So.
So where are you streaming that to?
Saints
Saints
TV. So
Okay.
if you go on YouTube, look
Oh.
at
You're out of
Saints
where?
TV, St. Ansgar.
Wow.
How far do you go?
They follow
It's
everything.
all of our high schools.
Just all
have
of yours.
flags. Yep.
You don't
all of
hire
our-
out.
Nope. You
should think about it.
I'll let Candle Genius know.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So if I,
45. Plus 8 the first two, and plus 2 after that.
Good comeback.
no, that's fine. You can use it. I'm good.
Okay.
Just gotta be careful with it.
Yeah. We have to go now.
Just gotta take that. All right, we're gonna move on to hole number 1. So a little bit of break for the girls, use the bathroom, grab a snack if they want to, and we're gonna move on here to hole number 1. So hole number 1 is a par 4. It's gonna be a dog leg to the right. Everything's uphill on this one. Yardage wise, these par 4s now with the next 9 are going to be longer par 4s. So you're probably looking at 340, 330, 350 yard par 4s. So, and some of them might play today where they're almost going to play with a 3-shot to the green type of par 4 here. So we'll get here to the first tee box here. So Claire Christensen's going to be teeing off first here. And hers is going to be just at the top of the hill, so found the fairway there. Maybe just the left side, so it does kind of, the whole fairway kind of slants towards the highway. You'll see the highway there. So it does slant down towards the highway, so, but I think she'll be in the fairway. Reese Miller's gonna step up to the tee next here. So she steps up. To drive, it's going to be up the right-hand side. Wind pushed her over a little bit. Should be okay. Aiming point, because it's a dog leg right. So the girl's laying right over the top of the hill there. So we kind of cut the corner just a little bit. So Maci Meyer here now on the tee. She hits a nice drive up the right-hand side. There should be no trouble there. I don't know if it bounced to get to the fairway, but it should be a really good spot there. Shouldn't have any tree trouble issues or anything like that. So got a little bit of a switch off here. Just pay attention to that camera I taped that's charging there. So we got Brighton Lau on the camera now. We'll see how steady of a hand he is.
Yeah, I do.
The old camera guys are going to get a...
whole bucket.
a whole bucket of mini donuts from the donut man over there. That looks delicious. Ooh, they're even hot.
They are fresh.
Mmm. You probably can hear me chewing those nice warm donuts.
That's like something from last night. Bag of cookies, little grandma.
I apologize. It's probably not a very good cameraman to be eating a warm mini donut while trying to broadcast. But how do you pass up warm mini donuts? You can't.
Saints TV gave out back massages for lugging around this stuff.
I'll have to bring that by Candle Genius. Candle Genius, my cameraman, would like a back massage for his duties today. So we'll have to see if that's in the budget. So Blair has found the fairway here. So she's got a shot. She's probably good looking shot. It's going to be up the right hand side of the fairway there. So she'll be under 100 yards. Like I said, this is a all uphill hole here. So good looking shot there by Claire. She's, like I said, up on the right hand side of the fairway. Just short of the green, it looks like. So, Maci and Reese cut the corner. Reese cut it a little bit sharper than Maci did, so we're looking for her ball on the right hand side. So we're going to do a little bit of a searching here for Reese's ball up here on the right hand side. We're going to do a look here and take a searching for Reese Miller's ball here. Reese's. So see, kind of came off here to the right, so we're doing some searching here. There's not really any trouble on the right hand side, but okay, they found it. So looks like she may have caught one of the trees on the right hand side and kicked it to the left. So everybody was looking farther to the right, but it ends up, must have caught a tree and actually gave her a good bounce to the left. So she'll have a, what looks like an open shot there. Coming in towards the green. Looks like she's probably about 100 yards out. So Maci also has her ball. It's in the rough as well. She's about 101 yards out. Breeze at her back. And again, everything kind of slopes towards the road. So it looks like a good looking shot. Might be a little short. It's going to take a hop there and maybe roll up on the edge of the green there. So good looking shot there by Maci. It's good to see those shots. So Reese, like I said, found her ball. I think it maybe caught a tree, but got a great bounce, just like she did on 17, where it kicked her left and gave her an open shot towards the green. She's looking like she's about 80 yards out with the wind kind of at her back. We're finally about to the top of the hill. Coming across there is going to catch the front, just bounces past the flag, and it looks like it probably rolled off the back side of the green there. So kept it low. She did hit the front fringe, but then it bounced past the flag, and I believe she probably ended up off the back side there. So she'll be chipping on there for birdie. And Maci, yeah, ended up being, she was right at it. She ended up being just short of the green there, along with Claire. Claire's just short right. Maci's just barely short middle. So they'll both have some birdie chips here. Whole location is front right, so where Claire's at, she has very little green to work with. She's going to have to probably bounce it a couple times on the fringe and let it work down to the hole. Went just a little bit long and rolled across the green there, so she's going to have a long par putt here. Maci off the front here, little chip to the hole, and she's going to end up with missed the hole to the right, so she looks like she's probably a 3-footer, 4-footer, probably a little bit downhill, probably right to left for par. Reese's did roll off the backside, so she's going to be chipping up from the backside. You can barely see half her body, so you can see it's kind of a downslope away from the green there. So she's going to come up from the backside there and has a lot of green to work with. So and it looks as though, based on reaction there, might be in the rough. She gets it out and runs it up there. Nice looking chip there. So looking at, I'm not sure if that first shot she wasn't able to get it out of the rough or if it was just a practice swing. It was hard to tell, obviously, from where we're at. But then she did get it up onto the green. She'll have about a 5-6 footer there left. So here is Christian, Council Bluffs, St. Albert's. She's got a long, probably 25, 30-foot putt across the green here. This is for par. So really got to give it a good ride to get it up here. Looks like good pace. And looked like it did have a little left to right break, so it ended up breaking off to the right. She's got about a 3 or 4 footer for bogey left. So this could be, I'm not sure if this is Reese's par putt or bogey putt. She rolls her down the hill and just slides past the hole there. So she'll mark that. We'll come back here. Here's Maci. So this would be a par putt for Maci. Down the hill and just missed it. Looked like she missed it on the high side of the hole there. So she'll have a birdie or a bogey putt coming back here. So Claire's long par putt left her about a 3-foot uphill right to left breaker here. She's going to roll that in for bogey, so nice job by Claire. So here's Reese. She puts that in, and I'm not sure, like I said, if that was a double bogey for Reese. I wasn't sure on the backside of the green if she chunked it or not. So I think it's a double bogey, but it could have been a bogey. Again, totally unofficial scoring. Maci taps in for bogey, so good tap in there for Maci. So scoring wise, remember there are live scoring. You can follow online. So what I'm saying is very unofficial. I definitely could miscount a time or two. That happens. But we're going to move on to hole number 2. Now hole number 2 is kind of what I would call one of their signature type of holes here. So it is a very long par 5. So very long par 5 here. So 500-yard par 5. If you were playing the white tees, it would be a 600-yard par 5. Start up on top of the hill, all the way down through the valley, and then back up the hill to the green. So basically where you're teeing off, kind of similar to 18, I guess, where you're teeing off and where the green is elevation-wise are probably very similar. But you're going to go down, all the way down into the valley, and then all the way back up to the green. There also is the creek in play. So the creek is just under 100 yards from the green. So really most girls are going to take 2 shots to get in front of the creek, and then the third shot will be over the creek up to the green. So reachable in 3 shots, but you got to put together 3 really good shots to get a birdie opportunity on this par 5. The wind will be kind of blowing from right to left, anywhere from 10 to 15 miles an hour, so nothing terrible, but definitely is keeping the temperature down. Just another mini donut. Claire's going to be off the tee first here. Just got to drive there. It looks like it's kind of fading out to the right a little bit. It'll be in the rough. That will be fine. Like I said, it takes 2 good pokes to get down to the bottom to have a shot at the green on your third shot. There is out of bounds way left along the road, but otherwise everything's pretty wide open. So here's Maci Meyer here off the tee. She blasts one right down the chute. So she's going to be just on the left side of the fairway. This looks like it. So the landing zone for the girls off the tee significantly slopes from right to left. So it looks like her ball did end up in the rough on the left, but very nice shot off the tee there. And hopefully it looks like it'll be on flat ground. I know yesterday we were down the middle of the fairway on our third shot and had a downhill lie, which was difficult to hit. So here's Reese Miller off the tee from Boyer Valley. Beautiful shot. She's going to be about, looks like it ended up similar to where Maci Meyer's shot is, where it bounced in the fairway on the left-hand side, but then with that slope from right to left, ends up finding its way into the fairway. So 3 good tee shots there by all 3 girls. Like I said, this is a very daunting par 5 here. So it's going to take 3 really good shots to get a shot at a birdie on this par 5. And all 3 girls are in position with their tee-offs to end up at the bottom of the hill where you want to be, and then it's still going to be another probably anywhere from 100 to 150 yard shot uphill into the green. So again, hopefully we have some Council Bluffs St. Albert fans out there watching, have some Boyer Valley fans out there watching, hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, and sorry about the if you're getting seasick, because we're on foot today, so we're not in a cart today, so my cameraman's doing the best he can to try to keep it somewhat steady. A lot better than I did yesterday, I know that. I know yesterday there were at times where I was giving you pictures of the cloud and the grass and the ground and everything else. So good work with our crew today. So let's go down, we'll go down here to the bottom here. So Claire's up on the top side of the hill here. You're gonna see her shot here. So that's a good looking shot by Claire. It's gonna be up the right side of the rough. So she's gonna still be about 200 yards from the green. Maci's on the bottom of the hill. She's gonna take a shot here. She's looking to get to the out back into the fairway. I did not see it. Okay, there I see it. So she's on the right side of the fairway, about 150 out. So good shot there by Maci from the rough. Yep, right over there on the right side by the 150 stake. Right side. So
I got those off tonight, metal green. So you get a moped, throw all this on there, and then.
yeah. You have a bike as well, so.
I do?
Yep.
Oh, so you can hear me?
Yep. Just letting our camera guys know we can hear them too, I'm sure. So here's Reese Miller. Like I said, she was like Maci, caught the fairway, but then with the slope brought it to the rough. So she's looking to get it to the bottom before the crick. That's a good looking shot, looking straight ahead. Gonna end up right about where Maci's at. So both of them are on the right side of the fairway at about the 150 stake. So pretty good placement. That's about where you want to be. Like I said, it takes 3 really good shots in a row in order to get yourself onto the green for position for. I guess it's very difficult par 5. Looks like the pin placement's going to be on the left-hand side today. Yesterday it was on the far right. So here will be Claire's third shot. She's probably about still 220 out. I'm guessing she's going to pull out an iron just to get down closer to the crick here. And she does. She flops her on the right hand, rolled towards the middle of the fairway there, but she'll have about the same as Maci and Reese there, about 150 yard shot up the hill to try to get that elevated green to give yourself a shot at birdie. So it looks like Reese is going to be first to shoot here, right side of the fairway. Looking like she'll probably be, I would guess probably 160 yards out. But it's elevated green, so it's going to play at least a club, maybe 2 farther than what you'd think. She just came over the top of it, but it is going to slow down and stop before reaching the hazard. So that's good. I'm sure Reese is not happy with that shot, but that turned out better than running into that hazard. So Maci's going to step up here. I would guess she's hitting probably a 5 or probably a 5 hybrid here. She's about 100, just over 150 out, but playing again uphill. It's a nice looking shot. Be the right club. The wind's pushing it over there, so just short of the green there, but very nice shot there by Maci. So she's going to be short right there. So she'll be laying 3. But good looking shot. The wind brought it over a little bit. So here is Claire Christensen from Council Bluffs St. Albert's here. So she is laying 3 right now, shooting 4. And hers is up the left-hand side over the water. Gonna get her, roll about 3/4 of the way up the hill, but gonna be in the rough there. So was able to get over the hazard there. So now we have Reese Miller. This is going to be her 4th shot here from the bottom of the hill. Just under 100 out. Here's up the left-hand side there. And so she's going to be deep on the left-hand side there. So rolled up, she's going to be, instead of being 30 feet below the hole, she's probably going to be about 10 feet above the green. So she'll have a probably a tough little chip from the down to the green there. But again, we're still on the old greens, so that means pretty flat, not a lot of break. If you listened to me earlier, greens 1, 2, 3, and then greens 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Those are the history lesson I got behind it, was that those were the original 9 holes on the course. So those greens are very flat, not a lot of movement. And then the 9 in the middle are newer, so they are much more undulated, a lot more break. Most of them slope towards the front, but much more difficult. So Maci's going to be chipping from the front right here. I'm trying to get up close enough so we actually can see the green here. She's going to chip it up and rolls her up about 2 feet from the hole. So she's going to have 2 feet left there for her par. So nice chip by Maci. Claire's going to be, she was short left, so she's coming up the hill. Good looking chip from Claire. Good shot from where she was at. So that leaves her, probably 5, 6 feet left. And that, I believe, that will be where she's laying 5, shooting 6. Now, like I said with Reese, she ended up behind the green, past the green to the left. Come this way there, you can, and she's probably 10 feet above the hole. So this is a tough chip, because, oh, that looks really good. Now release out towards the hole. What a great chip from there from Reese. Wow. From that spot, that was perfect. So that leaves her about a 4-footer left. So Maci's going to look for a par opportunity. Reese and Claire, I believe, are both lane 5, hitting 6 here. So both Reese and Claire are looking for bogeys here. And rims around there. So good putt by Claire. Used the whole hole on that one. Great job. And like I said, I believe that was for bogey there for Claire. So good job. And here's Reese for her bogey opportunity. Just misses it on the high side there. So she'll tap in for what I believe is a double bogey here. Again, all unofficial. So if you go to the live scoring, you'll see the live scoring, which will be official. So here's Maci Meyer. So this is a par putt for her. And it just missed the edge of the cup there on the left. So she comes back with a bogey there. So bogey start here on the back 9 here for yeah. So moving on to hole number 3 here. Number 3 is going to be a par 4 here. Okay, so just missed the left edge there. So we'll get ourselves up here at hole number 3. Again, this is going to be a par 4. Just a slight dog leg to the right, very slight. Distance on this one is a 380. So this is one of those I talked about. It's going to play a little bit longer today. Almost play like a par 5 because of the wind that is coming right into our face. So a very slight dog leg to the right. And Claire Christensen from Council of St. Albert is going to step up to the tee first. It's a nice shot. It's going to fade off to the right here. There is a line of trees there. I was going to find the rough on the right-hand side. The wind did not help it. Once it did start fading a little bit, that wind really pushed it off to the right. So Reese Miller steps up here. She hits a nice drive, draws it right back to the fairway there. So she'll be up on the left side of the fairway. Good looking shot by Reese. So Maci Meyer's up on the tee now. It's a little bit of a draw. Caught the ground a little bit, but that's going to be all right. That's going to be on left side, top of the hill, left side of the fairway. May have rolled into the rough, we're not sure. You're looking over the hill there. So as we recap a little bit of the round today, for Maci anyway, started off not super hot. Found the drive, which was good. We talked about that yesterday. She's definitely found that today. Has been peppering the fairway with her drive. But first 2 holes, she was 8 over on the first 2 holes. Since then, is 4 over. So ended up with a 45 on that first 9, with it being 8 over on the first 2 holes. So has been playing extremely well. Started off the second 9 here. Par opportunity on the first, and par opportunity on the second, but just missed our putts there. So moving on here. All right. So Claire off the tee, kind of faded it off to the right there. So she's going to be playing from the rough. Probably going to have some trees to deal with. Decision she'll have to make is if she's probably going to punch back to the fairway. We're still, like I said, this par 4 today is going to play almost like a par 5 today, because of the wind, and you're sitting 300, I believe I said 387 yard par 4 for the girls. And with the wind blowing right at us, it's going to play long today. So Maci and Reese both found the fairway here. So Maci is sitting just over 200 yards out. Pin placement looks like it's in the back middle of the green here. Nice low shot. It's going to run up there. So she's going to be just on the right side. Going to find the rough there, but just short right. And then over here out of the rough is Claire's shot. I saw a very sizable divot, but I did not see where the ball came out. It looked like what used to be, she's kind of playing next to what used to be a bunker on hole number 15, so I don't think it was very flat ground that she was trying to hit out of. I think what she was able to do is punch it up maybe into the rough on the right. I see Coach Bell's going to take a look. So here's Reese with her second shot. Beautiful drive she had. About 165, 70 out. Again, into the teeth of the wind, and she just loses it off to the right, but she has gotten some very good bounces off the tree. So shot it off to the right, hit a big tree, and kicked it back towards the fairway. So she'll be on the right side of the rough, probably sitting about 70 or 80 yards out. Which I'm guessing there's not very many girls today that will be reaching this green in regulation with how long it is and with the wind coming right at us. So Claire was able to punch it forward to get around the tree, so she's going to be on the right side of the rough. Looks like probably about 140 out. Probably playing closer to 150, 155 with the wind coming at us. See, Maci's just going to pop a squat on the ground. So here is Claire Christensen, Council of St. Albert. This is her third shot on the par 4 here. Good looking shot from Claire. It's on the right side. Should funnel it down towards the green. Just gonna leave her just short right of the green. So good shot there by Claire. Those are batteries. That's good. That's good. Should be upper. That's good. Good. Good gravy. How's that?
60.
Okay, yeah, we should be good. Just checking all of our battery life. Looks like we're doing better than we did yesterday with batteries. So Reese caught that ginormous tree here on the right, but it did kick her back out towards the fairway, so she's going to have her third shot coming into the green. This will be the last of the old greens here, so the last of the kind of somewhat flat greens. So probably about 70 yards out here. Looks like it's coming just off the front, going to roll on up just on the fringe on the front left there. So good shot by Reese. So Maci's second shot ended up just in the rough on the right-hand side, short. So should be a pretty good position there. Now there is a bunker on the right-hand side, but that did not come into play. So she'll be coming out of the rough here. Got green to work with. The pin placement's back middle. So it looks, just from our vantage point, it's probably breaking. The whole green kind of breaks a little bit to the left. So she'll look to drop one up there and let it release down to the hole. So punches it up. Now we need it to release. So that's going to give her a par opportunity there. So good looking chip there by Maci. So she'll have a chance for a par putt. Look, be a little downhill, probably about a 10-footer here. That brings up Claire off the right fringe here. Claire is laying 3. This will be her 4th shot here. Kind of the same look as Maci had, where it's going to be, once it gets on the green, it'll be breaking from right to left. See, chips are up there. And there it goes to that left, so she'll be probably putting a little bit uphill, but she's left herself about a 10-footer for bogey as well. Here comes Reese. So Reese is laying 3, hitting 4 here from off the front left. Nice looking chip there. That should be really good. Ends up just short, so she looks like she probably has about maybe a 7-footer left for bogey. So Reese and Claire, I believe, are laying 4 here. Maci is laying 3. So she's going to have a little downhill putt for par. Yesterday she rolled in a couple long ones, kind of helped save the round. It would be nice to see her roll one in here. I would guess, like I said, a little downhill, probably right to left break. Looks really good speed and drains it. Par. So we'll take a look at that. According to the book, I talked about how this is a long, long par 4, but we're going to find out if they are playing it as a par 5 or not. So if that was a par 5, Maci just rolled in a birdie putt. Otherwise, if they're playing it as a par 4, as the book says, it would have been a par putt. So we'll talk to Coach Bells and find out. So good roll there by Claire. Just misses there. And she finishes up there. So I believe Claire finished up with a 6 there unofficially. And I believe Reese also finished up with a 6 unofficially there. So, and we'll double check with Coach Bells and see if this plays as a par 4 or par 5. Like I said, it is, if it is a par 4, it is a massive par 4 into the wind. So we'll move on here to hole number 4, another par 4, kind of into the wind, a longer par 4 like we talked about. The par 4s on the front 9 are quite a bit longer. So this is a 354 yard par 4 here.
Today we go back to normal.
So we'll talk to Mr. Bells here. So Mr. Bells, is hole 3 play as a par 4 or par 5? The one we just played?
Par 4.
It is a par 4.
Yep.
I know it says it in here. There were some
Well,
people
I
were.
hope it's par 5, but I think
You think it's in the book? It says par 4 for the ladies, but
men's par 4, women's par 4. Right, hole 3?
yeah, just seems it was a lot longer than
287.
287. It was closer to.
Yeah.
But okay, that's so. According to Mr. Bells there, it is a par 4. So Maci came out with a par. Nice looking drive there by Claire. She's going to be on the right side of the fairway. Like I said, the wind is blowing right at us. So she's at about the 200 yard stake. This is again is one of those long par 4s that might be a 3-shot par 4. It just it's going to play long today with the wind blowing right at us. So Maci Meyer's going to be off the tee here.
That don't make any sense. We had a 200 yard shot in.
She's looking off to the right.
Uh-oh.
Couldn't quite see where it.
I didn't either.
Yeah, see where it dropped. So looking off to the right, looked like by the pair of trees that are off to the right. So here's Reese Miller off the tee here. Hers is going to come off to the left. And that ball is going to be out of bounds on the left-hand side. So there's stakes that run along the yards to the left. There is a chain link fence. We saw it yesterday where the girl hit it off the chain link fence and brought it back into play, but Reese was not as lucky as the girl we had yesterday. So she's going to re-tee here. So she'll be lane 2, hitting 3. It came off the top of it, so it's going to be in play, in the rough, short right. So she's going to have some work cut out for her here. The girls have definitely been dealing with adversity here today. So heading down the fairway here on 4, down to our second 9 here. You'll notice now with the greens from here on out, they're going to be they're going to have a lot of break. Most of them will be, kind of be set up where you're going to want to be below the hole because they're all slanted towards the front. So this will be, Reese will be laying 3 right now, getting 4 after she lost her drive out of bounds on the left. It's going to be a shot. She kept it low, but caught the rough, so wasn't able to quite get it clean out of the rough where she was at, so rolled up, but again, rolled up to about the 200-yard stake there. Now Maci's drive, like I said, I kind of missed it off or lost it off of the tee, but it headed right off the tee, so we'll see where it ended up. There are some trees over here on the right-hand side. Again, this is one of those par 4s that, with the wind, it's going to be a 3-shot to the green par 4. So it looks like Maci did find her ball off to the right. So she caught some trees. There's some large trees here off the right. So came off to the right, caught some trees, knocked it down. So she's going to have to try to play herself back into the fairway here from where she's at. Looks like she's taken a full swing at it, so she must have a gap. Reese Miller's going to be hitting up over here off of the left side here. She hits a nice looking shot. It's going to get her roll all the way up there on the left-hand side of the fairway. So good shot by Reese. So now Maci Meyer from the rough on the right, just trying to get something back into the fairway here. Looks like she was taking a full stroke at it. Looks like she came right over the top of the ball. It's going to roll on down. Looks like it rolled past that tree. So she was probably looking at maybe 150 yards in. Going to be from the rough. But it looks like it rolled past the tree there, so she shouldn't have any tree trouble. So here's Claire Christensen, right down the right side of the fairway, about 215 yards out still. Nice looking shot. Right down the middle, is going to roll up. Looks like she'll be, again, just about maybe 20 yards short of the green in the fairway there. So nothing wrong with that. Like I said, this par 4 today with the wind blowing right at us is going to be a 3 shots to get to the green. So how you get those 3 shots, it doesn't really matter as long as you can get there in 3. So like I said, Maci kind of lost her drive to the right and got knocked down by some trees. Kind of had a, kind of like a punch shot to get her out. Still in the rough, but no tree trouble. So she's going to be playing from the rough here. Probably about 100 and, I would say 130 out, but the wind's going to be blowing right at her. So she's going to be up the right. Looks like she's probably pin high, but off to the right there. So she'll have a chip and a putt there to try to save bogey there. I'm guessing on this hole today, I'm guessing the average score has got to be close to probably bogey to double bogey, as the wind has picked up a little bit, and like I said, it's kind of blowing right in their face. So all the girls will be laying 3. Let's see. Maci's laying 3, shooting 4. I take that back. Claire is laying 2, shooting 3. And Reese is laying 5, hitting 6, I believe. So Reese is on the left side of the fairway. There is an overhanging branch that takes any high shot away, but the pin location is front middle. So she's looking to land something in the front and let it roll up to the hole here. Green slants all to the front. Sit down there. So good shot by Reese. She's going to have a tricky downhill putt there that's going to break severely from right to left. So here's Claire Christensen here. So she's about 20 yards off. Good position. Put her in great position here for her 3rd shot. Comes off to the right. Roll off just to the right. Did stay on, so that was good luck by Claire there to have it stay on. That's going to be a kind of an uphill right to left breaker that she's got left for her par. So Maci's going to be chipping from the right side. She's going to let Claire mark her ball here. So she's got to get it up, and then it's going to break right to left. She didn't get it, so it's going to stay on the green, but that's going to be a long kind of uphillish cross the green with a lot of right to left break on it. So take a look. We're probably about a 20, 25 footer. And this is Reese. She's above the hole. So this is going to be a very slippery putt coming down. A severe break probably from right to left. It'll be tough to keep this one on, I think, from where she's at. God, that looks like a really good roll. What a great putt by Reese from where she was at. Because that is a difficult putt coming downhill. Great effort by Reese. So, Maci now. I'm going to cross the green. Same thing, a little uphill. It's going to break from right to left. tough one to get the right pace coming across there. So she's going to leave herself about a 4-footer there left. That's going to still have some of that right to left break. And that will be, I believe, for double bogey. So this is a par putt here for Claire. She had 2 nice shots to get her down here. Lost her chip a little bit to the right. But she's going to have a kind of similar putt to Maci's here. And she's going to end up leaving it short as well. A little bit shorter than Maci, so Maci should get a look at the break here. So Reese escapes out of there, I believe, with an 8. She lost it out of bounds off the tee, but really good scramble. Just left her short on the top side. So I believe Maci ended up with a 7. So kind of the first bigger number we've seen out of Maci since the first 2 holes of the day there. So a triple bogey. Like I said, I would guess the average score on this hole has got to be maybe a 6. Good roll there by Claire. She escapes out of it there with a bogey. So really good job by Claire to come out of that with a bogey. Because I would say, yeah, average score on this hole has got to be maybe double bogey or bogey with the way the wind's playing and with the greens. So we're going to move on here. Hole number 5. So hole number 5 is a shorter par 4. It's not going to be 350 yards like the last one. You got lateral water hazard on the left-hand side. There's a pond. There's a pond on the right, but that should not come into play. So, like I said, 312 yard par 4 here. Just a very, 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 very slight dog leg to the left. And it looks like pin placements in the middle. And that wind's going to be blowing kind of from left to right here. So you can't feel it right now. We're along the water's edge with a tree line. But once it gets above those trees, it's going to kind of blow it from left to right here. No aiming point in the past for Maci has been the water tower in the background. So Maci on the tee first. It's a beautiful drive. That's going to be right down the middle. Great looking shot from Maci. So right down the middle. Good looking shot. So great tee shot there after a 7 that she wasn't real happy about. Found some tree trouble. So here's Claire Christensen. She had a par on that, or a bogey, I believe, on that last hole, which was a really good score for that hole. Her drive is going to come off to the right. It's going to get across into the fairway, so she'll be into the fairway of 11 that we played earlier this morning. So made the hole a little bit longer, but yet she should be in be in shape to take a shot towards the green there. So she'll be in the middle of the fairway on 11 there. So here is Reese Miller here from Boyer Valley. Hers is going to be out to the right. Caught some tree limbs and it's going to skip over to the right. So it's going to be in the rough off to the right there. May have a clear shot coming back in or towards the green there. It's still, but it's going to be probably 170, 180 yard shot out. So quite a long second shot, but I don't know if there's trees along the right side, if they'll come into play or if she'll be able to go for the green. Otherwise, she'll probably have to punch back to the fairway to get her within 100 out and go from there. So Maci pounds one right down the middle. So very good looking drive by Maci. We had talked yesterday about she got herself in a lot of trouble yesterday just off the tee, was fading and borderline slicing all of her drives, and her second shots were mostly punch shots from out of the trees, but today she has been dialed up, hitting really good drives and catching the fairway. As you golfers know, hitting out of the fairway is a lot easier than hitting from under a tree. So yeah, we could do that, I guess. That's up to them.
You guys think you'll walk the rest of it?
What's that?
You think you'll want to walk the rest of it? They might move in the...
Yeah.
They're going to have to kick them two out. That's fine.
Can you just pull this alongside the cart? I mean,
we
hold,
can, I guess.
Go backwards.
We can have somebody stand on the back, because otherwise we'll lose. It would be up to my camera people if they would like to keep pushing and walking.
Well, you can keep walking. We'll put the camera and stuff on here.
Yeah.
We'll drive beside you.
So we'll do a little rearranging here. Gonna get some of our equipment onto the cart here. Our camera guys are getting a little tired, I guess. So you're gonna see the shots there by Claire and Reese. You just might not hear me announcing it right now. We're just doing a little switching around of some equipment.
Oh, maybe this would be better up here.
Try this. Perfect. Okay, so Claire's shot looks like she got it back to the fairway. Looks like she'll be just 100 yards out. We're gonna give our camera guys a break a little bit here so they can do some riding. We just missed, so Reese was in the rough, was attempting to punch back and caught the ground beforehand, so it only jumped about 15 feet. Be her third shot, trying to get back into the fairway here. So she punches it out there. She's going to be on the edge of the rough there. It's going to be about 130 140 yards out. So just found a little trouble. She lost a shoe. She's gonna relace up here and get her shoe back on. So Reese is going to be lane 3, shooting 4, about 130 yards out. Like I said, the wind is now kind of blowing from left to right. Pin placement is just about smack dab in the middle of the green. Just came over the top of that one. So got her back in the center of the fairway there on her 4th shot. It's at about 100 yards out. So Maci gets to her ball here. Claire's going to be shooting 3 here. So this will be Claire's 3rd shot from about 100 yards out. Like I said, the flag shows no wind, but you get above those trees and the wind's blowing pretty good from left to right. So once you get above the treetop there, it's going to push it a little bit to the right. So from 100 yards out, here's Claire Christensen. Looks like a nice looking shot. It's going to be nice bounce to the left. Yeah, she got a really good bounce off the hill that kicked it to the left. So she's on the green there with a par putt. So Maci steps up here about 100 yards out. This is her drive, put her right in the center of the fairway here. Looks like it's going right at the flag stick there. She gets a nice hop. It's going to roll up there. So nice shot there by Maci. She's going to have a birdie opportunity here. Looks like it'll probably be, she looks like she's pin high, so might be a little downhill for Maci's, but a birdie opportunity either way. So here's Reese Miller. That looks like a really good shot as well. Hit on the backside and stay down. So she's on the top side of the green there on the back. But 3 really good looking chip shots from the girls there. So Claire will be looking for a par putt there. Maci's going to have probably about a 6-footer for birdie. And then Reese had a little trouble getting out of the rough there. So I believe Reese is laying 5, putting 6. So I got my camera guys are in the cart. I'm walking. I'm trying to keep up with them so we don't lose our audio. So yeah, really nice shot by Maci there on her 2nd shot. Leaves her about 5 feet. Maybe a little right to left breaker there. Claire had also a nice 3rd shot. She's going to be coming up the hill here. So like I said, Reese, I believe, is laying 5, putting 6. This is going to be down the hill. Probably hard to tell from here if it'll be a right to left or left to right, but it's definitely going to be down the hill, so speed's going to be important here. Looks like a really good putt. Oh, just missed the hole to her right. So rolled past the hole. She's got about 5 feet coming back up the hill here. So she'll get a look at Claire's putt, which will be somewhat over her mark, so she'll at least get a good look at it. So this is a par putt here for Claire Christensen from St. Albert here, up the hill. Good speed. Oh, just missed it to the right, but that was good speed by Claire there. Gonna leave her a little 3-footer downhill for bogey. So here's Reese Miller, Boyer Valley. That's a good looking putt. Just missed it on the left side. So she's going to tap that in there. I believe it was an 8. I'm not 100% sure on that. She had some trouble getting out of the rough there. So here's Maci Meyer. Birdie opportunity. Maybe a little bit uphill. A little right to left break. Nice roll. Nice birdie putt right there. So Maci escapes out with a birdie. So if we could redo 2 holes, her first 2 holes, she has been playing outstanding. So here's a bogey putt here from Claire down the hill. Just slipped out on the left-hand side there. So she's going to have about a foot left here for double bogey. Boy, there is no wind where we're standing. It is hot. And she's going to roll that in for double bogey. Not a seat. Okay, let's go across the bridge. Or at least get me to the other side there. Quickly, people are waiting. You can drop me off at the cart path there. Okay. All right, so we're gonna move to hole number 6. So that, I had said that Reese had lost her shoe. She's got a little blister action there from golf shoes there. So she's kind of walking without her shoe for right now, trying to alleviate some of the pain from that blister that's on her foot. So we're going to move on to hole number 6. Number 6 is going to be another par 4 here. So par 4 with a very, very slight dog leg to the left. Very slight. Hole 7 is playing, I'm sorry, hole 6 is playing at about a 360-yard par 4. I said a slight dog leg, but where the ladies' tee is, it's pretty much straight at it. And from the men's tee, it's a little bit of a dog leg left, but from the ladies' tee, it's pretty much straight at it. The pin placement looks like it's in the front right today. So Maci Meyer off the tee first. It's a nice drive. The wind's gonna fade it off to the right a little bit, so she's gonna be in the rough off to the right there. So we got a little bit of that breeze blowing from left to right. So it started up the right-hand side of the fairway and kind of faded off with the help of the wind into the rough on the right. So here's Claire Christensen off the tee here. Your ball is also fading off to the right there. So again, a little wind aided there. So started a little right, and then the wind kept pushing it off to the right. So both Maci and Claire are going to be in the rough on the right. There are some trees along that right side, so we'll see if we're into any tree trouble or if we'll have some shots towards the green there in their second shots. So here is Reese Miller. Nice ball. She's also going to find that rough off to the right. And the key will be where it ends up, of if they have any tree trouble or if they'll have some shots towards the green. There's a couple trees off to the right-hand side that could come into play here. We're getting closer to the pond, so we get a little bit more wildlife out here. So kind of the geese land here. So we're walking up the right-hand side of hole 6 here. All three girls ended up off to the right here. Yesterday, Maci ended up way off to the right, but wasn't as far that way today, I don't believe. There are 2 trees on the right, so we're hoping to be behind those, but I think we are. We have one ball. Yeah, so looks like both of them have found themselves behind the large tree on the right. So Maci is going to have to decide which way she wants to punch it. She's wanting to punch back on the left side of the tree, which there's also a pine tree on the left, or if she wants to punch it on the right side. If she goes left, she could get back into the fairway. If she goes right, she's going to have to continue to play from the rough. But either way, it's going to require something low that's going to run. So she does decide to go on the right side of that tree. So she's going to be in the rough on the right. It's probably about just under 100 yards out. So it's kind of the only opportunities that she had there. So Claire's going to do kind of the same thing. She's going to go to the right of that pine tree. And Shears is going to roll up right of the green there. So she was able to hit a little bit more of a full shot that she could take from where she was at. I think Reese is probably going to end up being the best out of the 3. She drove it past those 2 trees. Still going to be in the rough, but she'll have a wide open shot towards the green. So Maci will be laying 2. She'll be under 100 yards out with a, looks like a back right pin placement. Again, this green is like most of the other ones that are the newer shaped ones that are falling off towards the front. So Reese Miller, her second shot, probably about 120 yards out here from the rough. She's dealing with a little bit of a blister issue on her left foot. Sounded good. And she did. She caught the green on the, and it just rolled off the backside. So good looking shot there by Reese. Caught the top side of the green there, but then trickled off the back. So not sure how far it rolled off there, but she'll definitely have probably a little chip from the fringe towards the hole. So Maci had to punch out from the tree, but was able to advance it to where she's probably about 90 yards out. So she's got about 90 yard shot. Breeze blowing from left to right. The green is elevated a little bit here, so I'm guessing she's probably going to play her 100-yard club. But again, she is in that kind of that deeper rough, so hopefully she's able to get it out of there and up on the green here. Nice looking shot, came out really good for her. Oh, and she just didn't quite get the bounce there, so she's going to be short right on the fringe there, so a little chip and a putt.
She had the 5 herself.
No.
That hole 3. That was the one you questioned me on the others. She made a putt.
Well, we can check video evidence. Go on to your YouTube. Go on to safety, rewind it to hole 3, and watch it. Yeah, so video evidence of that.
Yeah, I think.
So Claire is off the right hand side.
Par 4, par 5.
Mm-hmm. She had a
short drive.
She had a 4. Yeah, so she needs to fix that. Good chip by Claire. Very nice chip there from the right hand side there. So Maci's got some of the same chip here. So she is laying 3. It's going to be a chip out the green. It's going to be just short and roll off to just the right. So she's got about a 5-footer here. So Reese on the back side of the green. She hit the green on her second shot, but it trickled off the back. So she's going to have a little slippery chip here across the green. It's going to roll towards the front here. Probably left to right break. She's got it on the top side there. Didn't quite hit that downhill slope there. So she's going to have a par putt coming down the hill here. About a maybe 15-20 footer here. Probably going to break a little, maybe left or right. So here's a long par putt here by Reese, coming down the slope here. So all about speed here, catching the hill and coming down. So she's going to leave that about 3 foot short, and broke off to the right here. So here's a bogey putt here for Maci. Gonna be up the hill, probably right to left break. And just left it short there. So a double bogey there, I believe, for Maci. She got a little tree trouble off the tee there. So here's Claire's putt here. Up the hill, a little bit of a break. Just missed it to the left, so she's gonna tap in there. I believe she tapped in also for a 6 there. This is a bogey putt here. Just missed it on the high side there. So she's going to come back here with a double bogey attempt here for Reese Miller. Just on the edge. One more revolution of that golf ball and it's in. So I think Reese Miller came out of there with a 7. Put her in tough position. Tough position on the nice second shot that she had. Yeah, you made a 20-footer. Oh.
I'm sure she had a 4.
Yeah, she did. So we're on to hole number 7. So this is a par 3, 130-yard par 3. Pin placement is left side, kind of in the middle. So we left side in the middle here, 130 yards out. So a little bit of wind from right to left. They had a little correction on the score there that they got it figured out there, so. So based on the placement of the tees there, they're talking about 114, 115 yards where the tee markers are here. So it's good to see Reese got a smile on her face, even though, like I said, she's battling a massive blister on her foot, but she's battling through. Had a smile on her face. So So here's Claire Christensen from St. Albert here. Like I said, about 115 yards out. You can see the flag's bent a little bit, so that breeze is from right to left. Left hole pin placement here. So really aiming towards the center of the green, let the wind work a little bit. That's a good looking shot there. Get a good bounce here. Rolls up there, just short of the green there. So she'll be just short, right in front of the hole there. So here's Reese Miller, Boyer Valley. Hers is going to come off to the left. There is kind of fescue over to the left, and I do believe it may have bounced out of bounds there. So there's kind of a little hill over there, and there is out of bounds to the left. It caught the left slope of that hill and then kicked it farther left and out of bounds. So Maci Meyer steps up. Again, probably aiming towards the center of the green, maybe even the right side, and let the wind kind of blow it across. About 115 yard par 3. Looks like it's coming right around. See, as the club, it should be towards the center. So ends up short of the green there on the right hand side. So not really any trouble there. She'll have a chip and a putt there to try to save par. So here's Reese Miller. Like I said, her first one did catch a unlucky bounce and shot out of bounds there. So she's shooting 3 here. That one looks much better. Looks like it's going to catch the left side of the green there. Just bounces. She's probably a little past pin high, but on the left-hand side. So she's going to have a chip there from the left-hand side for bogey. She had been getting some really good bounces off the trees there today.
Was hole 3 before for birdie?
Mm-hmm.
Just one hole before?
2, I believe. I think they got it figured out.
You think?
Yeah, you have to ask Coach Bells, but I'm pretty sure they got it figured out because even Reese had said she thought she said it wrong, so they got her all figured. Yeah, agreed. So you have to ask Coach Bells, but I think they got her all. Yeah, I think they got it all figured out. So Maci's going to play from the front here. Like I said, par 3 here. So she's just short of the green. So it looks like it's going to probably be a little uphill, and then it's going to break a little bit right to left here. It's a good looking chip. Gets up there next to the hole. Just leaves her about 1.5 foot par putt there. So nice looking shot there for Maci. Claire's gonna step up here. Did you find it? Just doing a little gazing here and for golf ball helping out. So Claire's shot there. Should be a little bit short there. Claire left it. I don't know if you'll hear me rush around in the weeds here. I was looking for Reese's ball. And I think I found it. Reese Miller. Bingo. Reese. So Reese's chip, she didn't have a lot of green to work with, so really tough chip there. She ends up kind of getting across the green there. Like I said, she didn't have much green to work with, so ended up being a pretty tough chip there. Ran across the green there, so Claire ended up about 10 feet short. Maci's about 2 feet to the left for her par putt. Reese has got probably a 25 footer coming across the green, probably a right to left breaker. Looked like it even was maybe a little uphill too, a little ridge in the middle. So that leaves her about 8 feet short there. She'll be laying 5, hitting 6. Claire Christensen here is going to be putting uphill, a little right to left breaker, about 10-12 feet. This will be for her par. Up the hill, good looking putt, just missed it to the left. So ended up breaking, like I said, right to left, and she just missed it on the left side. So left her about a 2-footer for bogey. So I believe Reese, her tee shot had gone out of bounds here. So I believe she's laying 5, hitting 6, coming down the hill a little bit. Oh, just lipped out the bottom side there. So I believe she finishes up with a 7 there on the par 3. So Maci's going to line up this a par opportunity for her. It's going to be a little uphill, a little left to right breaker. Good roll. Just missed it on the top side. So she's going to tap in for a bogey there. So kind of a missed opportunity there. Just missed it on the top edge there. So there's a bogey opportunity here for Claire. Could be a little downhill, a little left to right probably. And she makes her bogey. So Claire and Maci escape out of there with bogey. And we'll move on to the 8th. So hole number 8 is going to be an uphill par 4, dog leg to the right. The pond could possibly come into play on hole number 8. It's kind of off on the right side of the fairway, so if you get off to the right too much, you could end up carrying him down into the water. The wind will be kind of at our back there, so that should help matters a little bit. But we got 8 and 9 here to finish up day 2. Nope, not yet. We're still going. Oh, them guys, yeah, I tell you what. They say they need back massages and chiropractor appointments. All right, so we're coming to 8 tee box here. So like I said, 8 is a par 4, dogleg right, uphill. You can't see it on the right-hand side, but there is a pond off to the right. So if you do lose it, right, they do have an official up there to help kind of spot golf balls. Wind is going to be kind of at their back. Going to be kind of pushing from right to left, but a little bit more at their back. So should help things out a little bit. So Maci Meyer's going to step up to the tee first. She'll be aiming kind of towards probably the 100-yard stick on the left side of the fairway. Kind of let it work to the right. The wind should help kind of push it towards the middle of the fairway here. And there she goes. Be right up the left-hand side there. Takes a bounce there. So she looks like she's probably about 100 yards out on the left-hand side. There are trees off that left-hand side, so I'm not sure about overhanging branches or anything like that. It might be a low runner to get her up to the green. So here's Claire Christensen. So you'll see the spotter behind her in the blue. She's kind of helping them guide where the ball's at. That way they can help spot it if it does go right. And Claire's going to be off to the right there, caught a tree, and I think it ended up in the rough on the right-hand side. I don't believe it got to the water, but it did go over on the right-hand side. So maybe just in between the 200 and 150 marker in the rough. So here's Reese Miller. She has been playing with a little bit of a draw on her drive. So she'll aim up that right-hand side. And wind will help that, bring her right down the middle. So she'll be down the middle of the fairway there, probably about past 150-yard marker. But a nice shot by Reese Miller. So we'll see what Maci's shot. Like I said, she was up the hit it nice and straight, but we'll see if any of the trees on that left-hand side, if there are any overhanging branches. Hopefully she'll be short of that, so she'll have like a 120-yard shot uphill towards the green there. The home stretch here a little bit. Like I said, we have 8 and 9 yet to play for the second 18. So Claire's ball, yeah, ended up off in the right side here in the rough. So she's going to have she's going to have some trees to deal with here, some overhanging branches on the right-hand side. But she should be able to get it punched up the hill, at least to the left. I don't know if she probably doesn't have a shot at the green, unless she's able to hit something hard and let it roll out. And it looks like with Maci's drive, she is going to end up in pretty good shape. She's going to be about 120, 130 out on the left-hand side. So she'll have a clear shot at the green here. So Claire's kind of picking out where she's going to aim at here. Like I said, I'm not sure if she'll get a full swing or not. Keeps it nice and low, runs it up the left-hand side. So she'll be in the rough on the left-hand side, probably 30 yards out. So nice shot by Claire. The wind's starting to pick up just a little bit more now, which is, in this position, is good for us because it's a little bit more to our back, maybe a little right to left. So Reese has found the fairway on the right-hand side. She's about 150 out, all uphill here. So probably playing more 165, 170 here. Just caught her thin there, so it's going to roll up into the rough at about the 100-yard stake. So Maci did barely find the rough here on the left-hand side. She's probably about 130, 135 out. Gonna play closer probably to 140 with the uphill slide. Looks like a very good shot if it can be the club. Going right at the green there. Gonna be just short of the green on the right, but looked much better. If you're just joining us, we started off on 10 and 11, and drives were really good all day, but on 10 and 11 our iron play was in rough shape, and she's, as you can see with that shot, she has definitely figured it out. So here's Reese Miller from the rough on the right hand side. Pin placements in the either front right or middle right. She's about 105 out. Good looking shot there. Get up there. Gonna get a good bounce and a nice roll up on the green. So really good shot by Reese. So she's gonna have a putt there for par. Looks, oh, maybe about a 10-footer, depending on where that pin is exactly located here. And I'm on. It's not a seat. So Claire's located, she, like I said, had a little, I think some branches overhanging, so really had to punch kind of shot up there. So she's off to the left-hand side here, about a 20-yard chip here. Got the green to work with, so it looks like it is kind of middle right. You notice Maci, well, boy, she was going right at it, but just kind of that uphill slope left her probably about just a little bit short there. So Claire's gonna look like she's getting ready to hit here. So Claire's gonna go with a chip up there. Reese is gonna try to get up there to get that marked. Good looking shot there by Claire from where she's at. Very good looking shot. She ends up running it up there just about 8 feet short. So now Maci off the front there. Claire's going to come up and mark her ball. So Maci is lane 2, shooting 3 right here. Try to throw one back in there next to the hole. Gets it up there. Nice looking chip there by Maci. So that's going to leave her probably a, well, looks like about a 4-footer for par there for Maci. So par putt here by Reese. She had a beautiful drive, kind of topped her. She's just going to leave her short there. Kind of topped her second shot, but then had a beautiful third shot in, and then just missed her par putt. So she'll probably be able to tap in there for bogey. Claire, off the drive, was kind of under a tree, but was able to punch it all the way up to the left. Then had also a beautiful third shot to put her within, oh, let's say she's got probably about a 10-footer, 8-footer here for par. Up the hill, good roll, just missed it on the right-hand side there. So really good roll there by Claire. So Maci had good drive on the left-hand side, good second shot, left her short. Chipped up, so she's got about a 4 or 5-footer here to save par. She also just missed it to the, would be her left. she's going to tap that in for bogey. So definitely has had some opportunities for pars. Putter hasn't been as hot. She did make a couple long ones there, so bogey save there for Reese. And there's a short bogey here. And she goes and taps that in for bogey. So looks like bogeys all around there. So we're on the last hole. Hole number 9 is a par 3 coming back towards the clubhouse here. The wind will be at their back today. So wind at their back, so So on to the final hole. So hole number 9, according to the sheet, plays about 110 yards. We'll see where pin location is in the dead center, it looks like. So day 2 is just about in the books here for Maci. Has really played well today. Had a first two holes. First two holes were rough. Were good off the tee, but our iron play was to be desired on her standards for sure. Found the water in both the first 2 holes, so had penalty strokes there. So started off, I believe 8 over on those first 2 holes. And with that 8 over on those first 2 holes, she's been 8 over since. So last hole off the tee here. Like I said, about 110 yards. Wind at your back. Hole location right in the dead center, it looks like. Come off on the right hand side. Looks like it's going to be short of the hole. So short of the hole on the right there for Maci. Like I said, her iron play has definitely come around. So now Reese Miller's going to step up to the tee. And it's kind of a neat. You have a gallery of people that kind of are sitting around hole number 9 in lawn chairs watching the shots come in. It's going to be just left of the hole, but looks like it'll catch the green, bounces, and does stay on the left side of the green. So Reese will have a birdie putt opportunity here. Be a long one to the middle of the green, but definitely a birdie opportunity. So Claire Christensen from Council Bluffs, St. Albert, she's going to step up to the tee now. And she caught her fat there. So caught a lot of earth underneath the ball, so went straight, but only about maybe 20 yards in front of her. So we're going to move our way up a hole number 9, the last hole of the tournament here for these 3 girls. You know, it's been a long couple days for them, playing 18 back-to-back days. Not to mention, for Maci anyway, 3 softball games beforehand. She's definitely much more energized today than she was yesterday. So Claire's didn't quite get to the fairway off the tee. So she's going to play here from the rough right down the middle. She's going to run her up there. It's going to end up on the left side of the green and just rolls over. So she's going to be playing from the back left off the green for her 3rd shot here. So looking at team standings, I talked about those before. East Valley was in the lead for team standings. Nashville Plainfield number 2. Newman Catholic number 3. So really a tight race for 2 and 3. So here's Maci on her 2nd shot. A lot of green to work with here. Probably a little right to left. Though took a hard bounce to the left there as it came down. Not sure what it hit, but really shot hard to left. So she's going to have a par putt, but it's going to be a good 10, 11 foot par putt here. Lake Mills did move up there in 9th place, it looks as though, in the team standings. So yeah, Nashville and Newman, 3 strokes separated them the other day, so that'll be a close. And Highland was there at number 4. So there's a chip from Claire from the backside. Really tough position to be in, but she runs it past there. So here's a birdie putt for Reese Miller's way up the hill. She's going to leave that one about 10 feet short. So Maci's going to have a par putt that's going to come down the hill. It's probably going to break a little left to right. It's going to be all about speed for that putt. Claire has got a bogey putt. That's going to be up the hill, probably right to left. Breaker here for Claire. So good speed, just missed it off to the right there. So good speed by that one. Looks like Maci might be up against the lip there. So that would be a double bogey there for Claire if that finishes out her state tournament there. Maci coming down the hill. Tough putt. Very tough putt there for par. So she left her about a 2-footer back up the hill for bogey. Reese is going to come up the hill there. That hill is just deceiving a little bit there. So Reese is going to go ahead and finish out here. I believe with a double bogey there for Reese. A bogey or double bogey, I guess. This is going to be a bogey putt here for Maci. And she's going to roll it in. So bogey there for Maci. So that finishes out the round. The second 18 there for Maci Meyer. Curb. So that finishes up day 2 of the Girls State Tournament for Maci. Yeah. So played much better today. Battled on a couple holes, but was able to come out. So we'll get a chance here to interview Maci there after she gets her scorecard handed in, but get a chance to interview her and maybe Coach Bell's here before we cut her loose. So you gotta turn in scorecards. What did we?
Yeah. I had her for 44.
The second 9?
Second 9.
And a 45 the first 9?
Yeah.
So 89 total?
Yeah, for total.
So 89 while we're walking, Mr. Bells, you wanna talk about the weekend or the week?
Sure.
So we got Coach Bells here.
Yeah. First day come out, maybe a little nerves kind of kicked in a little bit. Kind of struggled with the tee-ball first day. Played too many shots from the rough, but you know, she battled through it.
Yeah. A lot of punch shots.
Yep.
A lot of punch shots.
Yeah, she scrambled pretty well for the most part. Her putter, she putted well all weekend. Proud of her for that, or all week. Seems like the weekend.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And today she hit lots of fairways, hit lots of good approach shots.
And take out the first 2 holes today.
Yeah, yeah.
We were +8 after 2. And
yes.
I think +8 the rest of the way along.
Yeah, yep.
So.
Yeah, so you got to credit her for battling through those demons, because that's not easy to do.
No,
so
not at all.
She regrouped and played some good golf. Proud of that. So,
so
excited for her.
Yeah, 97 the first day, 89 the second day.
Yep. So, you know, I think a year of experience is great, and with some hard work, we'll see where we can be next year. So,
right. Perfect. We'll get a chance to talk with Maci here once she turns in her card and see what she feels about the day. Or can we talk with her before?
No, I wouldn't talk to her before. No.
Okay. So. Good job, Maci. So we'll bring it over here, Brighton. We'll get a chance once Maci turns in her scorecard. We'll get a chance to interview Maci on her feelings and thoughts of her first ever state golf experience. So we're done here today. So Maci finished up 97 yesterday, really struggled off the tee as we talked about. Today she came out, pounded the fairway, had a little trouble on the first 2 holes. She was +8 after just the first 2, but then turned it right around. I think she was +8 for the rest of the holes. So 16 holes where she was just +8 on those. So really righted the ship on what she was doing. But once she turns in her scorecard, then we'll get a chance to interview her and see what she thought. So bear with us there. They'll go in and get those turned in. So as of scoring right now, she's tied for 35th, just kind of in the middle of the pack. If you remember from yesterday, I talked about that. There's 77 golfers here golfing today, so she's right on the top half, minus that first day should be somewhat in the mix there. So again, hopefully all of our Council Bluffs St. Albert fans enjoyed the stream today, and so did our Boyer Valley fans enjoyed it. All the girls played really well. All the girls dealt with a lot of adversity and were able to make it through. And I think I even saw smiles off when they came off of hole 9, so that's always good. Let's see. So the girls are going to go through their scores there just to make sure everything's good. They'll get all their scorecards signed, and then, like I said, we'll be able to interview Maci real quick before we head north for some softball and baseball. Yes, we're at Osage tonight. Yep, they cover all the baseball and all the softball. Candle Genius. Nope, you're good. Candle Genius does all the baseball, and then with softball, the Jody show, Jody and Jody. Yeah. I don't think so. I'm waiting to interview Maci. Hey, you bet. Hope they enjoyed it. All right, so we'll get a chance here to get a quick interview with Maci. She's already itching to get moving here for softball. So getting some pictures with that final group. It was a fun group. So more pictures. Of course, my wife loves lots of pictures. So now we'll get a quick interview over here with Maci. So
I have to hurry up. I need to go play softball.
We know. So what can you tell us about the state tournament?
It was hard.
Okay, it was hard. What was the difference between the first day and the second day?
I couldn't hit my clubs the first day, but
Okay.
second day, it was a lot better.
All right, all right. And what would you?
Go Maci. Yeah.
And what would you say was the hardest part about playing in the state tournament?
I feel like everybody's really good, so then you want to try and be amazing and keep up with them. So that was kind of hard to keep my mind in a good spot, but
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And what's your go-to meal?
Go-to meal?
Yeah.
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. All right. Well, you better
Bye,
tell-
everybody.
All right. There you go. That ends up our coverage of the girls' state golf tournament in 1A here in Marshalltown. Thanks everybody for being here. We're going to shut her down and we're going to head northbound for a softball game in Osage.